Hello and welcome to this, our 192nd live stream. Uh, Truths, facts, and blessed facts. It's been a while, week. It has not been a good week, to say the least. We are going to try to honor all the super chats from last week as well. So, we are probably going to go through this quite a click today. We want to thank you all for joining us. We also we're also not going to go past midnight tonight, just because we have to attend a family function tomorrow. Okay, so it has not been a great week. Let's just be honest. But some things are good. My producer did point that out. We have a book. And we are going to do the cover reveal here. Okay? So it's not going to be all doom and gloom tonight. We are very, very excited about this. It's already visible on... Let's get this up. Here is the novel. And it is a science fiction for those who like science fiction. And there it is. Reliquary of the Dead. So, it is... we got it uploaded, and Ingram Spark is going to be doing all the printing and the distribution for us. It's already visible on Amazon, although not yet for sale. It should be available for sale shortly, as they update their metadata. We have noticed that some sites are already doing the pre-order on this. Okay, there's one site in Japan that's already selling the book on pre-order. So,
Darkblade already did the chat. What? It's gonna be a series?
Yep. Hold that up here. There we go. Oops. Darkblade. Book 1, is this going to be a series? Yes, it is. We've already got the second book written. So, it's, and the third book is about 3/4 the way done. So, signed copies. Well, if you're a beta reader, you'll get a signed copy, but I don't know about the otherwise.
But if you're ever up here in Vancouver, bring it along. Or ETSs.
Jack Ray, I can pre-order it on Amazon. As soon as they've got all the metadata, yes, they will put it on pre-order on Amazon.
Still working on the 10.
Michael Gee asks, are these books delaying progress on the 10 plagues? No, they're not. Okay. We're still working on that book. We still have to get a publisher to agree to take that book. Okay. So that one is presenting a little bit of difficulty. But we're still pursuing that. Bribery. That's just paying extra. Gabe Reagan said, I just got your other book over Christmas. Going to have to check out this one. We finally got a Goodreads authors page, because this book was actually assigned to me, not the other David Falk, the sports coach. Dylan Biggs asks, is this your science fiction series? Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. It's a science fiction series. This is kind of how do I say this? This is a cross between Sherlock Holmes and Indiana Jones. Okay, set in outer space. So yeah, that's probably as close to describe it. Yeah. So, yeah.
You didn't write the ball truth?
DVD, you mean you didn't write the ball truth? No, but every bookseller seems to think I did. But not me, him. they basically anything with the name David Falk, they automatically ascribe to the author of the Bald Truth. It took us like 4 years to get Google to change it. It took a long time. So yeah, it was really difficult to get that changed. That's the problem when you have a name with a that sort of is obscured by somebody else's internet footprint. Everyone assumes it's not you. Dossman asked, paperback or hardcover? Both. It's available in paperback, hardcover, and an ebook. Yeah, the ebook was really hard to format. Mama says, y'all, it's so freaking good. She's been one of our beta readers. Okay? So she knows. She's read it. Dossman, need that hardcover. Yeah, it's gonna, when we get the samples, we'll actually show them on here, and you'll get to see what it looks like, what the cover looks like, and well, apart from this, but the hardcover comes with a dust jacket, so it should be nice. I need that mug. Well, maybe we will put on a mug. I don't know. Yeah. Haystack. Wow, now I have to get it. Nathan, you don't. I love the premise of this book. Bubble machine. Gimme. Gimme. Diane Esloff says, need that mug and bookmark. None of our current swag vendors do bookmarks, which is kind of a little odd. We might be able to get bookmarks made at our local print shop. So mysterious fungus. No, Falk, the people were just recovering their Falk addiction. Now they're back to square one. Ooh. Ryan Cohncomp says, does it cost a lot of mummy? Bad pun. Bad pun. One of the things, though, I did notice is the price of every book has gone up. Okay. It's crazy how much books have increased in cost in the last year. So, you know, don't be surprised at the sticker shock. So we just kind of follow the market here, because, you know, we're not going to underprice ourselves either. And right now, it's just, everything's expensive. Thank you, Bidenomics.
Aren't all relative?
Micah Price says, aren't all reliquaries of the dead? No, actually, they're not all. Some reliquaries are for say divinities and deities. So not every reliquary is of the dead. So but a lot of them in medieval Europe were. Okay, so that's our big piece of news for the night, which is the book is gone, is going into publication. The publication date will be, when it's actually, the release date will be April 15th. The other thing is, when the book is released, we'll actually be doing a live stream where we let people come in and ask any question they want about the book. So let's start to get into questions. So we've covered that now. Now, because we had to skip a week here, what we're going to do is we are definitely probably not going to take as many non-super chats, but we are going to take a lot of we're going to try to cover all the super chats from last week going forward. So we're not going to skip any super chats. We don't think it would be fair to do that. So we're going to try our best to catch up. So the rules are the same as always. Super chats have priority. Non-super chats must begin with a Q and colon, otherwise we don't see them. Only post your non-super chats once. Question spamming will be punished. If it's a verse from the Bible, we ask that you give us a little context, as in book, chapter, verse. Okay? Very important. If you sponsor a non-super chat, only post the question inside your super chat, so we don't have to go hunting for it. And please, only one question per super chat, because we don't have time to cover compressed questions. Okay? And we are going to be stopping at midnight sharp, regardless of whether or not we actually get things done. Okay? So we're just going to make the good faith effort to try to get as many of these questions answered as we can. Okay? So there was one non-super chat question, which we're going to take here. And then we'll get into this. By Chow Yi, and this was from last week. So, but I liked it. I like this question. Indiana Jones style fedoras may be bad for digs, but would you recommend them for traveling in the desert? Weren't they made for that purpose? They were actually made in the American West. Now, the conditions for the American West are kind of different. Okay? It's more to keep your head, the sun off, but also to keep your head warm, while they're made of wool. Okay? So they're actually not very good for desert wear. They're more a multi-wear kind of helmet hat. The fedora helmet. We've invented a new style of armor. Yeah, but it's really just a multi-weather hat of sorts. Again, it's to keep your head warm. It's also to keep the rain off a bit. It's not that great for desert wear. Okay, it's just not that great for it. But there's better alternatives for desert wear. Yeah, the Indiana Jones is not a great desert hat. Sorry. Yeah, it's stiflingly hot. I've known a few people who bought the fedora and went out on a dig, and they were just dying. They were just dying. it was all they regretted it so fast. Okay. So, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciate it. Okay, the next question for Super Chat here is from TBD's 5-year-old for $2. Thank you for the Super Chat. Why did God make people? Because he likes to have relationship with his creations. That's the reason. God is a creative God, and he creates things to have relationship with. So, he created spirit critters to have relationship with them. He created animals to have relationship with them. And he created humanity to have relationship with us. That's the reason. He's a God that likes to create for the purposes of having relationship. So, God is a God that likes a diversity of different kinds of relationships. So, that's why God made people, to have relationship with them. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. I want to thank Michael Gee for becoming a Seth tier member. We really appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you very much. Okay, Aston Weir for $1.99. Thoughts on the show Expedition Unknown? Oh boy, Discovery Channel. Jeez. It's one of those shows that investigates ancient aliens, uh, paranormal, archaeology. Just, it's not a credible show. I mean, it's almost as bad as Ancient Aliens, really. Just terrible. Just terrible. But thank you very much for the super chat. Okay. Addison Weird for 199. Thank you for the super chat. What's Mr. EC's in-universe origin? Ooh. Did we ever determine an in-universe origin? He sort of spawned from the endless possibilities of could be. That's probably it. He just spontaneously generated. Could be.
He popped up and said, I could be.
He could be.
Yahweh says, I am that I am. EC pops up and says, I could be.
You know, Yahweh says, I am that I am. Mr. EC says, I could be.
Got a whole new cult going there. Cool.
Forming a new cult here. Cults of the eternal possibility.
But never realized.
I'm just serious fungus. Oops. Let's see if I can show this up. He exists because he can.
Did Mr. EC said you could be?
Darkblade says, did Mr. EC say, could you be, when proposing to Mrs. EC? Could be. Yep. Okay. That was fun. Yeah, so that's as close to the in-universe origin as you're going to get on that one. Okay, next one here is from Addison Weir for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. How much would it take for you to do a live playthrough of the new Indiana Jones game? I ask because the story is on par with the first 3 movies, having me excited for the franchise again. Well, when we do playthrough game throughs, we usually do normal consulting hours, and that's the reason we do our normal consulting billing rate is because doing those games takes me away from writing books. And I prefer writing books. Writing books is a lot more fun. And it actually has a bigger reach culturally. So I do love doing the playthroughs, but we do have to charge the normal consulting rates for that. So for 2025, our consulting rate, I believe, is $200 an hour. So that's what it would take. Okay. So again, it's a matter of one asks how much for reviewing a book. Books are a little different because when we review a book, we tend more people benefit, so we don't normally charge a consulting fee for reviewing a book. But what we do insist upon is you send us the book. So, but right now I'm backlogged on my book reviews. Okay, I've got at least 2 here that I have to do, and it just takes me forever to get through a book review. So it's not so much that we wouldn't charge money normally for a book review, but it takes a lot of time to do them. So we don't tend to do them all that often. Okay? So I hope that answers the question. Thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciated. And basically it's a regular consulting rate for doing video game playthroughs. Okay, Aston Weird for 199. And he asks, you could watch the cutscenes on YouTube, however, that would be jarring, even anticlimactic at times, and will sometimes create plot holes depending on how it's edited. For example, the version by IGN. Yeah, but again, it's not really what we do. We have had video game companies approach us wanting us to sponsor video games. And we don't do sponsorships, not normally anyway. I mean, not unless I think it's something that's really, really a benefit to our community, which is why we've never done a sponsorship. So, that's just why we don't typically do it. Yeah, they also take out the music due to copyright. The music is a big deal on those video game reviews. Yeah, if you take out the music, you could usually and frankly too, you'd also have to pay for the video game. Okay? So yeah, it's expensive to do video game reviews. Um so most people, only one person's ever taken us up on this. So, which is AT Ministries. So, but he paid the regular consulting fee. So, it's like, okay. All right. So, next super chat here is from CPU1 for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Where did you get your views on the Nephilim? By reading a lot of Bronze Age literature. That's where I got it from. Okay. When you read a lot of literature in any field, I mean, this is not just true of Egyptology or ancient Near Eastern studies, but it's true of any field. When you start reading a lot of literature, you start making cognitive links. So, in the case of my views on the Nephilim, I got it from basically reading over and over and over again all this huge diversity of ancient Near Eastern literature. So, and you just keep seeing, sons of Ishtar, daughters of Hathor, son of Re, and eventually you just come to the conclusion that, well, okay, this is a priestly caste. So it didn't take that much to figure it out. It's just,
the ability to read 13
just, just the ability to read 13 ancient languages. That's all. Anyone could do it. Going to the coffee tonight. Yeah, anyone can do it. All right. All right. How long did it take me to learn Japanese? It took me, I would say, about 4 or 5 years. And I never got very good at it, okay? I got good enough to read a newspaper. So I got to that stage of proficiency where I could read a newspaper and I could do some basic communication, and I never was really conversant in it because I never had enough people around me who spoke it to get good at speaking it. But I did learn enough, and there'd be times just like I remember when I used to go to church, some long walks. Sometimes I would just do a conversation in Japanese in my head. So, but it's not an easy language to be fluent in. So, okay. So that's where I got my view on the Nephilim. Not from Japanese, but reading a lot. Sugoi data. Subarashi. Okay. Mr. EC plus alien equals could be. Okay, next super chat here from CPU one for $5. Thank you for the super chat. The super chat reads, "Thank you for all you do." Well, thank you for your support of the channel. Where did you get your view on the true prophets of God doing water miracles? It's an interesting view. Again, ancient Near Eastern literature. You see it all over the place. You see it. One place you'll find it is Papyrus Westcar, where I think it's the prophet Jedi is basically doing water magic. He folds water to reveal an amulet at the bottom of a river. He also walks across the water on the back of a crocodile. Okay? So, this is considered to be water magic. Now, he's not walking on water like Jesus walked on water, but it's also a sign of true prophets that they could manipulate water. Almost like water benders. Okay? Think of them kind of like water benders. And you have Moses doing it, when he parts the Sea of Reeds. You have Joshua doing it at the fords of the Jordan. You even have Elijah doing it. Okay, so it's one of those things where the ability to control water is seen as the true sign of a prophet that has power. So he's not just doesn't have the ability just to see the future. Okay, that's part of being a prophet, but that's not all. But to show the sign of a true prophet with power, was to be able to manipulate water in these strange ways. And Jesus does it twice as well. It's not just his walking on water that shows him as having the power of a prophet, but it's also his conversion of water into wine. That's his first sign that he has the power of a prophet. Mysterious Fungus's question here. Is it because water was seen as chaotic in ancient Near Eastern cosmology? Not necessarily, but it was seen as something you couldn't control. Something that was difficult to control and manipulate. It's very interesting. You don't see much in the way of, say, you do see some say manipulation of a fire, but it doesn't have the same gravitas that manipulating large amount of water seems to have. So okay, so Linguist Ammo says, yeah, I would say yes, water is chaotic, but yes, it was difficult to control. It's very difficult to control, So, yeah. I mean, you could even count, for example, say the fishes. When Peter goes out on the water and Jesus says, hey, throw the net on the other side. There's a third example of Jesus doing water manipulation. So now the water manipulation in that point is to herd the fishes, but that's how it would have been seen in the ancient world, is again a kind of water magic. But that's really the sign of a prophet that has that sort of power. Patui says Old Testament magic is hard to find good books of, but Egyptian magic books are actually very helpful. Yeah, they are very helpful. They give you a really great insight as to what people expected, say, prophets and magicians to be able to do. It's actually a really good guide for that. Okay. So the next super chat here is from Michael Gee for $50 New Zealand. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why are the historical dates you quote always later than most widely published? For example, you gave Hammurabi reigning from 1765 to 1722 BC, while most references say the dates were 1792 to 1750. Oh, my producer just whispered something here, but she's not wrong. Okay. That's because chronology has changed dramatically in the last 10 years. It's changed really, really dramatically. There are new techniques out there now that calculate chronologies in ways that were just undreamed of 50 years ago. Okay? 50 years ago, all chronologies were done by hand. All of them were done by hand. All of them were subject to mathematical errors and calculational problems. And it was just, you had to curate the data to just get the calculations done. So a lot of valuable data sort of slipped through the cracks of those old chronologies. But today, we have computers that are powerful enough to actually calculate a chronology. So, the chronologies that we have today are considerably more accurate, take into account more data, and it's just a revolution in chronology. So, no, it's not exactly the consensus. Linguist Emma asks, is that the consensus now with Hammurabi? It's going in that direction, I'll say that. You're going to have more people now do a late date for Hammurabi than an early date. The issue is going to be that consensuses don't exactly change. Really what happens is scholars die off. Okay? The old guard dies off. That's when you see the consensuses often change. It's when the old guard dies off and a new generation comes with new ideas. Okay? So, yeah, Darkblade says, so if an online source that can be edited at any time, like Wikipedia, for example, still has the same chronology as it did 10 years ago, would that make it garbage? It would make it obsolete. Yeah. As I said, chronology is something that's in radical change right now. And we're still not seeing the final outcomes of those changes. So you sound like cackled at the old guard dying off. But that's how consensus do change. More consensuses change through the old generation dying off than they do by actually convincing people. So, but I would say, getting back to Darkblade's question here, Wikipedia does not always use the best current scholarship, okay? Wikipedia often, I mean, first of all, it's right on the Wikipedia page. Secondary sources only. They don't want primary sources. You know, even peer-reviewed stuff is not exactly allowed on Wikipedia. So unless it's like been published in a textbook, and we all should realize that textbooks are often a little behind the primary research. So, so it's one of those things where it just, keeping up to date with this is very difficult. It's very difficult. It takes a lot of time. It's and the field is changing rapidly. Okay, so hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate. But that's the reason, is because that my dates for Hammurabi are different. That's because I have different tools, and those tools are much more current than what they use on, say, Wikipedia. Dossman. I went to read a Wikipedia page once, and there was a picture of a Serbian president in a food article. I never trust it. You shouldn't. Oh, there's some fabulous errors in Wikipedia stuff. So it's just never a good first source.
Yeah.
TBD. I just watched a video about how Wikipedia had a Welsh king in their list that literally never existed. So
You don't eat.
mysterious fungus. You don't eat Serbian presidents? Strange man. Well, here's the thing. And it's I said this before. Wikipedia is squatters' knowledge. It's whoever gets there first. Um, and it's often the editors that really control this, even if they have no qualifications at all.
Other people are doing it. You told
Yeah.
the story, but
Yeah, I mean, you look at some of the editors of these articles. Like, you'll go to like the articles on ancient Egypt, and you'll see editors like Tennis Lover 14, Dog Boy 57, Blessed Fire Hydrant. Just the weirdest. These are not subject matter experts. So it's crazy. It's crazy that Train Liver 1998, as Dossman just put it. Yeah, just crazy stuff. So it's like, you wouldn't trust these people in life to tell you anything. Why are you trusting them when they write for Wikipedia? So, there you go. Okay, so we're going to move on here. Next one here is from Michael Gee for $50 New Zealand. Thank you again for the super chat. Can you please point us to a book setting out how the history of the Bible from Terah to Abraham through the end of the Israelite conquest integrates with mainland science, as you've described it so well in many videos? If not, can you write one? Okay. The closest I can give you on this was a book by Richard Hess called Ancient Israelite Religion. Okay, that's going to be the closest you're going to get at the moment. Now, could I write a book on this? Yeah, probably. In my copious free time. Hey, hon, when do I have that stuff? Copious free time.
I think in about 12 and a half.
12 and a half years will be about the time I get some copious free time. Yeah, so, I mean, it's just one of those things where, you can have a lot of ideas for books and just not have the time to do them. So, I would love to do a book on the time of the patriarchs. I think that would be really helpful and really valuable. It would flesh out a lot of the ideas, too. It's just getting the time to do it. So, that's about the best I can recommend is Richard Hess's book. Again, it's one of those things that, if I had more time, I would write a book, but again, I don't have infinite time. So, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Tom Wanchek for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. As vizier, could Joseph go back home to see Jacob? Kind of a odd question. In what sense go home to see Jacob? I'm not quite sure what you mean here. Do you mean go home to Goshen? Because that would have been his home already. Or before. Yeah. It would be, first of all, it would, the vizier was one of those positions which had actually free travel, had almost no travel restrictions as far as inside of Egypt. Okay, there are, and that was very unusual in ancient Egypt. Like hereditary governors, the nomarchs, they couldn't travel outside of their nome. They couldn't leave their nome. Villagers that were craftsmen could not leave their village. Farmers could not leave their little towns. But the vizier had the option to travel Egypt. So that was one of his one of his prerogatives as vizier, because he'd have to go to places like Saqqara to build tombs and that sort of thing. So to supervise that work. So as vizier, he actually had a lot of freedom to travel. Okay? But he couldn't leave outside of Egypt. He couldn't go outside of Egypt without permission of the king. It wouldn't even be safe, to be honest. Now, it's also because of the national crisis that was going on at the time of at the time of Joseph, before Jacob's arrival into Egypt, that would probably kept him around the capital anyway. So even if he had the ability to go back to Canaan, there's no guarantee he could have found Jacob, because Jacob was, again, a sojourner. He moved from place to place. So it's one of those things where it was actually made more sense for Jacob to come to him than to him to go to Jacob. BC? Oh, ouch. Bad pun, BC. Do you fail a test with 0%? Does that make you a no mark? In some schools, yeah. Yes.
Yeah, dark blade action. So living in ancient.
Yeah. Yeah, Dark Blade nailed it here. So living in Egypt is like being under house arrest, eh? Yeah. That's pretty much it. You did not have the right to travel. Non-Egypt. It's just, in Darkblade adds, in North Korea, moving between provinces requires government position. Yeah. Yep. And again, this was not just true of low-level people, but high-level people too. Princes, hereditary governors, nobility. Yeah, they couldn't move from place to place either. It was just one of those things that was just part and parcel to living in ancient Egypt. You were restricted to where you could go. So yeah. So the being a nomarch was a very unique position in that, being a vizier was a very unique position in that way, that it allowed you some freedom of travel. Okay, so the next one here is from the Penniless Theologian for €5. Thank you for the super chat. I'm trying to understand Leviticus 10:16-20. Can you comment on it? I think I get why Moses gets angry, but what is Aaron's defense and why does it work? Oh, this is an interesting question. All right, let's pull up our Bible here. Okay. Leviticus. Verse chapter 10. And we'll read from 16 to 20 here. Okay, now, what's going on here, the context is that Aaron's first two sons have done strange fire and gotten zapped, okay? But now, Aaron's surviving sons are doing a sin offering on behalf of the people. Now, this is where things get interesting. So, verse 16. But Moses searched carefully for the goat of sin offering, and behold, it had been burnt up. So he was angry with Aaron's surviving sons, Eleazar and Ithamar, saying, Why did you not eat the sin offering at the holy place? For it is most holy. and he gave it to you to bear away the guilt of the congregation, to make atonement before them. Behold, since its blood has not been brought inside into the sanctuary, you should certainly have eaten it in the sanctuary, just as I commanded. Okay, so Moses is concerned here that Eleazar and Ithamar are not doing this ritual correctly. Verse 19. But Aaron spoke to Moses, Behold, this very day they presented their sin offering and the burnt offering before their Lord. When things like this happened to me, if I had eaten the sin offering today, would it have been good in the sight of the Lord? When Moses heard that, it seemed good in his sight. Okay. What's going on here? Why does Aaron's defense of his sons here work? Okay. The reason is because this ritual was practiced in two different ways. Okay. Now, the base ritual is found in chapter 6, I believe, verses 24 to 29. All right. And it says here, I'll start verse 25. Speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, This is the law of the sin offering. In the place where the burnt offering is slain, the sin offering shall not be slain before the Lord. It is most holy. The priest who offers it for sin shall eat it, and it shall be eaten in a holy place, in the court of the tent of meeting. Okay, now that's the normal ritual. That's the normal ritual, is the sin offering is presented and then consumed. But there's also an exception to this, which is in chapter 4, verses 3 to 5. Okay. So, and it says, If the anointed priest sins so as to bring a guilt offering on the people, let him offer to the Lord a bull without defect as a sin offering for the sin he has committed. He shall bring the bull to the doorway of the tent of the meeting, and he shall lay his hand on the head of the bull, slay the bull before the Lord. The anointed priest is to take some blood and bring it into the tent of meeting. Okay? And then we jump to 6, verse 30. But no sin offering of which any of the blood is brought to the tent of meeting to make atonement in the holy place shall be eaten. It shall be burnt with fire. Okay, so when we go back to Leviticus 10, and we look at what's being said here about what's being eaten and what isn't, all the way down. So, what's happening is, if Eleazar and Ithamar are actually doing the ritual correctly, okay, because they're not only giving a sin offering for the people, but their own sin as well. So in that particular case, the priest can't eat it. He's not permitted to eat it. So what Aaron is basically saying here is, if I had done this and I had eaten it, would this have been fine? And Moses goes, well, yeah. So if my sons don't eat it because they're offering a sin offering for themselves too, is that also fine? Well, yeah. So while it's not said in here explicitly, that's what's going on. Eleazar and Ithamar are offering sin offering for the others, the congregation, and themselves. So that's what's going on in this chapter, in this particular section. I hope that helped. Thank you very much. It's a very interesting little passage, but that's the reason. That's what's going on here. Is if it's just for the congregation and not the priests, they can eat. If the sin offering is for both people and priests, then they can't. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Darkblade, what does the scene tell us about what kind of an uncle Moses was? Well, I'm not going to get into that. Yeah, not the easiest one to have in the family, that's for sure. Mama said, so Moses needed context from Aaron. Essentially, yeah. Okay. Next one here is from Mobius from $10. Thank you very much, super chat. Are Levites Israelites? Pillage from the Israelites is given to Levites in Numbers 30:31. Eleazar was counted in the first and second census, but Numbers 26:64, only Israelites to survive both was Joshua and Caleb. I'm not really sure what the question is. I can understand the first question. Are Levites Israelite? I'm not sure what the relevance of the second clause, the comment after it is. Okay, but it's clear that Levites are Israelites. In fact, one of the things that seems to be more of a closer to the consensus view is that if there was a Exodus, the Levites are probably the few that are almost assured to be Israelites. Like even a lot of guys like Richard Elliott Friedman basically say Levites are the only real true Israelites. So I don't think there's many people who would contest that Levites are Israelites. But there's also a little catch too with Levites as well, which is they're supposed to be excluded from censuses. So that's because they're supposed to be God's unnumbered priests. Okay, so censuses are not really a good way to keep track of Levites anyway. And some of that is because the purpose of censuses was to keep track of those who were of age for military service or taxation. And you weren't supposed to do either with Levites. You weren't supposed to tax Levites, and you weren't supposed to some taxes were applied to Levites, but as a rule, they didn't have the same tax burden as other Israelites. They also were not supposed to be consigned necessarily for war, even though many did serve. So, that's why the Levites were not supposed to be counted in the census.
They did have Egyptian.
Mm-hmm. And many did have Egyptian names, yeah. Yeah, a lot of them did. The Vault says a lot of Levites have Egyptian names, though. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, you had Hur, although I think he's a Judite. But there were many that had names. What's it now? I can't remember one off the top of my head, but yeah, a lot of them did. Korah. Korah. You know, that's an Egyptian name meaning bald. Her comes from the Egyptian Horus. It's a good old Horus name. Yeah, Scott Warthen asks, Levites could volunteer, yet it was prohibited to conscript them. Yeah, it was prohibited to conscript them. So, Mama asks, wasn't the census for counting fighting men mainly, and Levites don't fight? Yeah, well, it's two reasons you generally did a census: for conscription and for corvée labor. It was also used for corvée labor, which was a form of taxation. So what they did was, the king would do a census, and then he would say, okay, I need these men from the census to appear in Jerusalem to work on my building projects for 2 weeks of the year. So that was a kind of taxation through labor. So that's another reason why, say, you weren't supposed to do a census of the Levites. They're not supposed to be doing that's part of their inheritance because they don't have land. Because they don't have land, they also are exempt from taxation. So that's one of the two reasons for censuses is corvée labor and for military conscription. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat, but that's the best I can give you right now without understanding the rest of the question here. All right, next one here is from Andrew Tinsley for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. We're finally on today's super chats. Why does Genesis 10:13-14 list Philistines as descended from Egypt, and is there any historical truth to this? It's not Genesis 10 is not a historical account. All right, let's get into that. Genesis chapter 10, 13-14. Oops. Oops. There's a nice picture of him underneath, but wrong button. Okay, there we go. That's better. And starting verse 13. And Mitzrayim, that's Egypt, became the father of Ludim and Ananim and Lehabim and Naphtuthim, that's Crete. Thrusim, Kasluhim, from which came the Philistines, and Kaphtorim. Okay. Bunny. Okay, so what's going on here is not physical descent. What's happening here is what's called ethnography. And that's different. Okay? So, to ask, is there historical truth to this, is to ask the wrong question. Because what it's talking about here is sort of, it's a kind of, ethnography is a kind of reception history. Okay? And what we mean by that is they're taking a certain truth out in the world and recontextualizing it into their own framework in a way they understand it, that sort of organizes the world for them. Okay, so that's kind of what we mean by reception history. And ethnography is a kind of reception history. So what they're doing is taking these different people groups and putting them into categories. So think of this more like cladistics than say genetics. Okay? So this is not meant to show you a genetic relationship between these people groups. It's to show a similarity of culture and categorization. Okay? So it's not talking Genesis 10 is not a historical document. It's an ethnographic document. It's basically the way the Israelites are going to categorize these people groups by the way they behave. So what they're saying here is that the Philistines, basically these people from Asia Minor, these are people from Anatolia and from Greece, and they're going to say, well, they're behaving kind of like the Egyptians did. So we're going to put them in the category of Egyptians. That's what's going on here. It's ethnography. It's not history. It's not meant to be history. So that's why it puts it in that category. And this sort of thing is very, very common among ancient peoples. So again, this is not a historical document. It wasn't meant to be a historical document. It was meant to be an ethnographic document. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Harry Stark asks a question. What Christmas traditions do the Falk family have? We have a fake Christmas tree that we never take down. It's a Christmas tradition that happens all year round. We set up the Christmas tree and we never take it down. So we have a Christmas tree in our kitchen all year round. Because nobody here can be bothered to take it down. Yeah, we get in the mood to take it down sometime in July, and it goes, it's only a couple months till Christmas. Just leave it.
Dark apartment. It adds green.
Yeah, it's a dark apartment. It adds green. Yeah, why not? Who said you had to take down a Christmas tree once you're done with it?
Trash Panda uses it.
Darkblade. Trash Panda uses it as a hideout. Oh, absolutely. I mean, frankly, you just don't notice it. You just blends in. You don't even. I think we once had when we were living in Liverpool. We've done this for decades now. And they're tiny Christmas trees. We don't get a big one. They're only like 4-foot ones. So we had somebody walk into our place once in Liverpool and said, "You have a Christmas tree in your home." It was like August. It's like, yeah, and so should you have taken that down? Why?
Mysterious fun, honey. We take down the Christmas.
Mysterious fungus. Honey, should we take out the Christmas tree? It's March. So, just 9 more months. Yeah. Yeah, early on in our marriage, we had the Christmas palm tree. Because we weren't going to go and get a pine tree for Christmas. So we had this 3-foot Neantha bell palm. And we would put these decorations on the palm tree. Little tiny decorations all over the palm tree. And that was our Christmas tree for several years. Jack Ray says, like Jesus, we should always be in the season of giving.
Yeah. It is very southern.
Dossman, that's so Southern California. We used to decorate one outside. Oh yeah. Well, we were living in San Jose at the time. So, oh yeah, totally California. BC. Where do you keep the Christmas tree most of the year? Yes. Yep. Yeah. But that's pretty much the extent of our Christmas traditions, to be honest. Yeah, we just moved too much, and we don't have a lot of storage space here for decorations. It's also the time of year when we have to do the big capital expenses too for the upcoming year. So for us, this time of year is often a very expensive time when we sort of make those big capital expenses for the ministry. Like we've had to put out a bunch of expenses for the upcoming trip to Egypt. So this is usually a very expensive time for us. So TBD. We had an air freshener this year, so no judgment here. Fair enough. Andrew Graham, where do you keep your Christmas tree? Up. Yeah. So we don't do a lot of gift giving in this house, just because again, this is usually the time when we have the big capital expenses. So, so this is part and parcel to running a educational ministry like this. Is we do the big capital expenses before end of year, and in prospect of what's going to happen in the new year. So. Darkblade says, hopefully those expenses are deductible and you can drop down to the previous tax bracket. Well, the way it works in Canada is you have to amortize your expenses. So you can't deduct it all. We bought a camera like 10 years ago, and it's still being deducted slowly, because you can only take 20% off at a time every year. So, yeah, Jack Ray, Canada taxes are high, higher, even higher. Yeah. Yep, that's Canada taxes for you. So, we do what we can with them, but this year we had to kind of spread it out too. So we had some big expenses at the end of last year that are going to be going against our taxes. But we also have some big expenses at the beginning of the year too that are also going to be going to that as well. So Dossman, Canadian taxes sound near criminal. Jeez, yeah, they do.
Taxations are geese.
Taxations are geese. Okay, yep. Canada geese, yep. They even got masks. Okay, so there's your insight into our little Christmas traditions. Okay, the perpetual Christmas tree and capital expenses for our ministry. There you go. Yeah, we're pragmatic. We're very pragmatic. So, there you go. There you have it. Okay, get back here to where we were. Okay. Aston Weir for $4.99. How outdated is Kitchen's book? The Bible in its World. Not familiar with that one. Bible in its World. Let me have a look at that one. That one, I'm not quite aware of it. I might. Bible in its World. Kitchen. I have never seen that book. Oh, 1977. Oh, okay. I know what this one is. Oh, it's his first one. Oh, that's his first book. Some of it is actually okay. I have a copy of that somewhere. It's not that bad, to be honest. It actually has aged pretty well, all considering. Even though it was done in like 1977. Yeah, I do have it. It's the book. It's the little tiny book about that big that has all his seminal ideas in it. It's where he introduces his whole P. Ramses is the biblical Ramses. It's where he identifies Ramses II as a king of the Exodus. It's where he identifies does his seminal work on chronology. All his sort of the core of his ideas began in that book.
I could have big one on the reliability.
Yeah. Well, before he goes to his sort very low chronology, he has a middle position in that original book, which I think is actually better. I think his that book in his chronological work, his conclusion is better in that book than his later book. So it is outdated. I mean, let's face it. Sorry. I have to take this. So just a second. Hello. Hi, Jen. What time do you need me at the Skytrain station? Okay, yeah, we'll be there then. Yeah, Kitty's coming too. Okay. All right. Thanks. Bye. Yeah, I know I wasn't muted there. Yeah, the viewing is tomorrow. Okay. So that was a call from my sister telling me when the viewing is. So yeah, I understand I wasn't muted, but I had to take that call. Oh well. Okay. The next one here is a question. Here's from. Yeah, it was a good question, Addison. Haystack says for 199. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. My question above: when did the Hebrew Jewish belief in reincarnation develop? That's difficult to say. It doesn't seem to be. It seems to be sort of a common era development. Maybe early or late Second Temple period. So it's it's a later development. It's a later development in Judaism. But we're not exactly sure when it developed. But BC Jews believe in reincarnation. Some do. Yeah, some do, and there is some evidence that first century Judaism did. Some Jews did, I should say, but not by any means all. So it's generally believed that it's after Christ that this is sort of developed. Yeah, you got it. After Christ. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Why are the bells so he won't die? Exodus 28, 34 to 35. Okay. Let's pull that up and then we'll explain it. Exodus 28. Bible here. $34. Okay. A golden bell and a pomegranate, all the way around the hem of the robe. Now, this is the robe of the high priest. And it shall be on Aaron when he ministers, and its tinkling may be heard when he enters and leaves in the holy place, that he may not die. Okay. Now, what these are is weights. Okay? It's not just the bells here. It's the bells and the pomegranates. These are hem weights. Basically, weights that are added to a hem to keep it down so he doesn't accidentally expose himself while doing offerings. Okay? So that's what's going on here. These are hem weights. So keep things modest. That's what it's to do. It's to cover, make sure his loins are basically can never be seen. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, flashing equals death. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. That's the implication here. If he flashes the god, he dies. So Mama says the tabernacle be windy, y'all. Yeah, well, I mean, it is out in areas where they do get wind. So, but that's what these are. The pomegranates and the bells are weights. You know, they're meant to keep the hem down, and it's little more than that. Okay, it's not. It's a public decorum kind of thing. Okay. Okay. So. Ooh, ow, Jack Ray. Bad pun. Hemingwaits writes The Fisherman and the Seam. Ooh. Ooh. Ouch. Okay. So that's what's going on here. I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Ministries for 199. Exodus 31:17. How is God refreshed? Well, that's a good question. 17 here. Um, 31:17. 31:17. Okay. We'll start here at verse 15. And for 6 days work may be done, but on the seventh day there's a Sabbath of complete rest, holy to the Lord. Whoever does any work on the Sabbath shall be surely put to death. So the sons of Israel shall observe the Sabbath to celebrate the Sabbath throughout their generations as a perpetual covenant. It's a sign between me and the sons of Israel forever. For in the 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, but on the seventh day he ceased from his labor and was refreshed. Okay? Now, the term here is nephesh. Okay? It's the same term that's used of the spirit. Okay? So when God breathes life into man, he becomes a living spirit, a nephesh. Okay, so it's hard to say exactly what it sort of means, but it's kind of he separates himself from his creation. So it's a sign of more of a transcendence than it is really of that he's being rejuvenated. Okay, so it's kind of not refresh in the same way as it would be for a human being, but it's more that he's created on 6 days and then he's separated from it. Okay, he ceased his labor and was, how do you say this, reflective upon what he had done. So it's more of that he's reinvigorated in the sense of being pleased at the work of his hands. Okay, so exactly, yeah, that Mysterious Fungus gets it right here. He admired his creation, like when an artist or author sees his work finished. Exactly. You know? Yeah. Just like I was refreshed when I saw this being finished. Okay. A shameless plug over. Okay. And that was shameless. Okay. But that's really what's going on. He's admiring his work from a distance. So he's transcended his creation and he admires it.
Tony G wrote that in 6 days.
Oh man. That was funny, Tony. Tony G says, wrote that in 6 days. Oh, I wish. That book was, I don't know, I started it but it was 10 years in the making. Yeah, the first book was 10 years in the making. I had, yeah, the second book wrote itself. The second book I had finished in 3 months. The first book I had started it in 2015 just as a hobby. And then I sort of dropped it for almost a decade to work on other projects like the Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian context. And then I picked it up again and I thought, okay, yeah, we need to engage the culture here. So I picked it up again and basically finished it off in 3 months. So you could say it took, the actual writing time was about 5 months. Okay. But I'm a fast writer once I get going. Very fast writer. So yeah, it took it was long in its conception. The actual execution, once I started focusing on it again, was, as I say, I'm a very fast writer once I start focusing on the actual work of writing. This is why I hate book proposals. I hate doing book proposals. I absolutely despise book proposals because I don't pre-plan my books. I'm not a plotter. In fiction writing, they call authors are called plotters or pantsers. Okay, pantser being by the seat of your pants. Okay, essentially you plot your book as you are writing it. So I don't pre-plot my books. I sort of set the characters, set the theme of the book, and let the book write itself. So that's generally how I write. So when I'm asked to do like book proposals, it'll take me forever to do a book proposal because Mama says, you don't pre-plan, but you're writing a series.
No, the series is writing it.
The series is writing itself. Jack Ray, seat of the pants, writing on tanks. Pantser. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I don't pre-plan my novels. I don't even like pre-planning my nonfiction books. I really hate doing that. Because I just for me, it's easier to write a book than to plan a book. It's crazy, but I can actually get more productivity out of just writing than I can out of planning. And I find the planning, this is why I hate doing, as I said, I hate doing it's called book proposals. I absolutely despise book proposals because they want you to plan out everything so they can judge whether or not they want the book. Whereas I would just rather write the book, give them the book, and then have them take it or leave it. But they don't like that. Book publishers don't like that. They want proposals and plot outlines and they want a raft of paperwork that's 40, 50 pages. So, so I really hate planning out my books in advance. I would just rather just write. And I'm much more efficient at writing than I ever was at planning. It seems ironic, but it's one of those things because I'm a very intuitive person. My brain will sort of self-organize the plot, but I can't get it out of my head until I start writing it. So, there you have it. Yes, I did. I have a series, and I haven't planned it. And it's writing itself. And it's coming out really good. Okay. So, go on to the next one here. Mama says, okay, so you're a percolator. Addison Weir, are there not publishers that will let you not do the book proposal and just give them the book? Yes, there is one. Brill will do that. But Brill can be very, very difficult to work with. Okay? So, and the publication, I like doing books with a lot of pictures in it. The printing quality of Brill is pretty garbage. Okay? So I don't like using Brill unless I absolutely have to. So so I'm pretty much, if I want to do the sort of books I want to do for like the Exodus, I pretty much have to play game with publishers on that. I have to go along, and the fact is they're using it for their own reasons. They're using the proposal for publishing schedules, planning. How does it fit into their particular line of books? So they need that stuff for planning purposes. But it takes me longer to do the proposal than it does to do the book. A lot longer. So, this is why the 10 Plagues book has been delayed so much. Because you're dealing with a publisher who, for whatever reason, does, you do the proposal, you send it to them. It takes you over a year to do the proposal. They get the proposal. They decide it doesn't fit with their line. They reject it. And then you've got to redo the proposal for the next publisher. Because every publisher has a different style of book proposal. So it's really sort of difficult to deal with publishers. And that's assuming you're going to get along with the peer reviewers too. There's no guarantee of that. So yeah, there's a couple publishers out there that'll just let you do the book without the proposal, but not very many. And again, and I can understand why they want it. I totally get why they want it. It's just really painful for me to do it. I don't like it.
You really get.
Yeah.
They know your work. So
well, even so, they still want that proposal to do their publishing planning.
You're saying with they've asked for it for years. You come, yeah, I've got it, and says, oh, I'm a new editor.
Yeah, and editorial changes don't help either. Sometimes it's they ask you for a book, they have a change in publisher or editors, and the new editor really doesn't like what you do. So you sometimes you just can't win. So, okay.
Yeah, Dark Blade points out, proposal because it'd be more stuff for him.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Some of his proposals are.
Oh yeah, my last book proposal was 50 pages. They're long documents. They're not short. Darkblade says, if I were a publisher, I wouldn't require book proposals. That would make more stuff for me to have to read. Yeah, I don't. As I say, it doesn't really help me to write the book because, frankly, a lot of times I will just deviate from the book proposal anyway. So for me, I'm just not a big. As I said, it's very difficult for me to do book proposals. I don't like those planning in that way. It's very rigid. I'm the sort of guy, again, even on my nonfiction books, that I will start going in one direction, and there's this really, really interesting rabbit trail that I discover as I'm writing, and I'll want to explore that. Now, it will be, you do get these guys that sometimes really meander when they write. I'm not like that, though. I mean, every rabbit trail I have, ends up being something that's relevant and adds to the content of the book. But I often don't discover what that's going to be until I start writing it. So yeah, most academic publishers want that proposal. It's part of the game. Okay, let's go on the next one here. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Exodus 32:32. Is Moses asking to die with them or in their place? All right, let's go to it. Our Bible again. Exodus 32, verse 32. Okay, and this is after I think this is during the Golden Calf episode. Yep, this is. Okay, so the sin is great. Okay, and verse 32 says, "But now, if you will forgive their sin, and if not, please blot me out from thy book which thou hast written." And the Lord said to Moses, "Whoever has sinned against me, I will blot him out of my book." So, Moses is asking in this particular place the Lord to forgive them. And Moses is saying, hey, you know what? You don't want your name to be tarnished. Okay? So forgive them, and if you don't, take me out. Take me out instead. Okay? So this is one of those places where this is going to be, the text is not entirely clear if it's die with them or in their place. Okay? And it's one of those things where the Lord is just going to sort of stand his ground here and basically say, no, I'm not going to blot them all out. I'm not going to do that. But there are some that's going to happen to. Okay. So it's not clear whether it's with them or in their place. Okay. But it could be either. You could take this passage either way. So but it's not clear. It's not exactly clear which one he's asking for. And the context doesn't really tell us either. So it's one of those things where, either one could do. All right? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Why do early Exodus daters say Ramses has switched out for Avaris when the Bible says the Jews built Ramses and Avaris was built before Joseph got there? I think you mean Moses, but okay. Yeah. Well, the Bible does, first of all, doesn't mention Avaris. Okay. Now, why do the early daters say that Ramses was a later updating of Avaris? Because they know, the reason why they say this is because they know the historical inconsistency, and they can't get out of it. The fact is that Ramses dates to the 13th century. It does, the site is no earlier than the 13th century BC. So they can't get out of that. That's a fixed point in time. It's a fixed historical context. So they've got to deal with that in some way. Now, the way they're going to often deal with this is use that old redaction thing. And they're basically going to look at, say, cities like renamings like Luz to Bethel, and basically say, okay, we do see cities renamed in the Bible. So this must be just another renaming. But that's when the Bible does rename something like that, it spells it out. It tells you it's renamed. There's no telling here it's renamed. So it's confusing redaction and retrojection. And they're basically looking at some retrojections and saying, oh, well, that must be what's happening here. But it's in the future of when it was supposed to be written, so it's really a redaction. The problem is they have to keep changing the text. And I've seen this a lot, where they just can't redact Avaris and Ramses. They're going to have to go further than that. They're basically going to have to redact Pithom as well, because that's also a fixed point in time. So, so you've got the, like, for Pithom, it was called Cheku during the time of the early Exodus. Okay? So they got to change that one as well. Well, then they're going to have to go and say, well, okay, Migdal didn't exist at the time of the early Exodus. So, that's got to be a later addition to the text as well, as is Pihahirot and Baal-Zephon. So it's going to get really, they're going to have to change a lot of stuff, and then they're going to have to change the destructions at Hatzor and the text of Hatzor, because Joshua destroys it with fire. Well, they're going to have to change the text of, say, the Deborah account to basically say that final destruction happened during Deborah, even though the text doesn't say it. It just becomes a compounding of various changes to the text. So they're going to end up eventually with at least a 13th century or later biblical text. So these are no longer going to be texts written by Moses, but by someone else entirely, because that's the inevitable conclusion of all the changes they're making. So, but that's why they do it. It's because they can't negotiate it any other way. They're forced into that position. So, but that's why they do it. It's to save the early Exodus date at all costs. And that cost is going to be the integrity of the Bible itself. Yeah. Mama says, too many synchronisms to get around. Yeah, way too many synchronisms to get around. Darkblade says, James Orr creates early date in response to redaction criticism. Modern early daters, redacta cadabra. I love it. Redacta cadabra. As in, we are early daters tell God where he got wrong. Yeah. Yeah. PC, why can't you just take a simple reading of the text? Well, I mean, Roger Young got really upset. Really upset. PC, Dr. Falk is a compromiser. Oh yeah. When I was talking to Roger Young about the Shasu of Yahweh, Yahoo, it's just like he got angry. I mean, really, really angry. Like, hey, calm down, Roger. You don't have to have a burst of vein over this. Michael Gee, why don't they take the Bible literally like they say we should? Yeah, it's a double standard. It's a double standard. Um uh Roger angry? Yo yeah. He was furious. Absolutely furious. But getting back to Michael Gee's point here, yeah, um they take it literally until it contradicts their interpretation. And once it contradicts their interpretation, they don't take it literally anymore. They then fall back on the redaction criticism and basically say, "Oh, well, this is how it should have been written to begin with." I know, I know. Yeah. So, all right. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, AT Ministries for 199. Thank you very much for the super chat. And he says, "What do you mean the Song of the Sea is after the Exodus?" I mean, it's after the Exodus. Let me show you why we know it's after the Exodus. Okay, so in Exodus 15, and again, one of the things is when we talk about, say, the compilation of, say, the Pentateuch, this is where, say, the supplementary hypothesis would kick in. So these are going to be not just documents written during the life of Moses, but also some of the things written after Moses as well. Okay? Now, in the case of, say, the Song of the Sea here, it's going to be sung by Moses, but it's also going to be sung by his descendants too. Okay? The sons of Israel are going to sing this. So, like any sort of oral verse, there's going to be some slight changes as it gets resung. Okay? So it's just one of those areas where partial credit is given to Moses, but there's clearly some additions by say the compilers as well. Okay? And it starts off with then Moses and the sons of Israel sang this song to the Lord. Now that's very interesting right there. Just that one line alone tells you that the compilers are adding this in. This is not Moses writing verse 1. This is his compiler. Could be Joshua, we don't know. That's adding this sort of text that's being threaded into Exodus. Okay? So the people who compiled all Moses' papers took Exodus, this song, recorded it, scribe, they recognize that some of it comes from Moses himself, and then they're weaving it into the text of the book of Exodus. Okay? So we see this. Then Moses and the sons of Israel sang this song to the Lord and said, "I will sing to the Lord, for he is highly exalted. The horses' riders he's hurled into the sea." Okay, now that's all standard Sea of Reeds stuff. But what's going to happen is when you get down later into the song, where you get the praise section, okay? Who is verse 11? Who is like thee among the gods, O Lord? Who is like thee, majestic in holiness, awesome in praises, working wonders? Thou didst stretch out thy right hand, the earth swallowed them. In thy loving kindness thou hast led the people whom thou hast redeemed. In thy strength thou hast guided him to thy holy habitation. Okay, so verse 14. This is the rub. The peoples have heard, they tremble. Anguish has gripped the inhabitants of Philistia. That's the Philistines. That's on the coastal plain. Then the chiefs of Edom were dismayed. The leaders of Moab, trembling grips them. And the inhabitants of Canaan have melted away. Because the inhabitants of Canaan have melted away, this is evidence that when this part of the song was written, they had already crossed the Arnon and the Heshbon and were already in Canaan. Okay? So, that part of the song has to have been written after the death of Moses, when they're already crossing the Heshbon. So already the conquest is taking place when this later part of the song is being written. So that's what I mean when I say the Song of the Sea was written after the Exodus and after the wandering in the wilderness too. But it harkens back to probably a core song that Moses himself sung and then his successors just added on to. PS says, and I don't think the Philistines arrived till a couple decades after Israel arrived in Canaan. Actually, we have records of them before the Israelites. Okay, we have records of the sea peoples arriving in Canaan during the reigns of Merneptah, Ramses II, and the Ramses II, we're talking definitely year 5 of Ramses II, so long before the Exodus. Okay, we even have some allusion to them in the Amarna letters, and that's in the 1350s. Okay, so actually the Philistines arrive in Canaan before the Israelites by probably close to 100 years, 150 years. Okay, so I hope that helps. PS. Okay, next one here. Let's go to the next one here. So, or actually, let's just finish off here. So, so again, that's why I think that, that's why I think it's written after the Exodus. Again, but all the peoples in that narrative are consistent with the time of the conquest. All right. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. I hope that helped. AT Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Exodus 34:14. What's it mean by his name is jealous? Okay. Exodus 34. 18. 14, sorry. Hmm? Okay. We'll get to that. Yeah, we'll take that in just a moment here. Okay. So verse 13. But rather you are to tear down their altars and smash their sacred pillars and cut down their asherim, for you shall not worship any other god, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God. Lest you make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land and play the harlot with their gods and sacrifice to their gods, someone invites you to eat of his sacrifice. Okay. Basically, the idea here is kana. or it's not. It's jealous is kind of a not a great translation of this. It's more. It's more possessive. Okay, he is a possessive whose name is possessive, and he is a possessive god. Okay, he wants what's his. Okay? So what's he basically saying is, hey, Israel, I made a covenant with you. Okay? You owe me, I mean, I freed you from slavery. You owe me worship. So jealous it has such a negative connotation in our culture. It means in our culture, we tend to view jealousy as a vice. You know, somebody who's a rationally clingy, um, wants something that's not theirs. It's really has really negative connotations. So I actually prefer the idea that kana is more of okay, yeah, I want what's mine. That's you know that's more of what it means. It's not that sort of a rational kind of jealousy anyway. It's that, well, okay, I if I buy a home, I want to own it. And that's not an unreasonable thing. So that's sort of the idea here is that whose name is possessive because he is a possessive god. Okay, so it's more that connotation. So it's sort of it's different than what we would think of as jealousy in the West today, because we connote jealousy today with, as I said, irrational, unjustified attachment, and that's not what's going on here. It's very justified. It's it's going to talk about covenant here and treaty and all of that, and covenants are agreements. Okay, God's going to basically say here, I've made a covenant with you. Okay? And in fact, it does in verse 10. Then God said, behold, I'm going to make a covenant. Okay? That's a covenant. That's a contract. Covenants are contracts. So when he says he's a jealous God, he's basically saying, I expect you to keep your contract. You agree to this? Yeah. Follow through. You know the terms of the agreement. Follow through with it. So, there's a whole lot there that can be more about that can be said about that, but that's sort of the gist of what's going on here. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, now there was that mysterious fungus one. Mysterious fungus asks, do you think that if people start accepting a historical exodus and conquest, that it could diminish the view that El and Yahweh were originally seen as separate deities in Egypt? That's my thinking. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's not an unreasonable. Yeah, that's probably tongue in cheek on Rob and IP's response to Kip today. Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of hard.
Well, if you
hey.
well, I mean, if you take a historical exodus into account, it's all talking about Yahweh. It's all talking about Yahweh, doing this, doing that, fighting on behalf of the Israelites, bringing the plagues, all of that. Yahweh's doing it. So, there's no way to not see Yahweh and El as the same. No, they don't. They're not readers. They're not readers. Because if they had, they would have read Mark Smith chapter 2, where Mark Smith essentially says El and Yahweh are the same deity. So, yeah. Okay, so let's go on to the next one here, because we got to keep this moving here. Which way are you heading? Okay. All right. Okay, the next one here is also from AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Where did Israelites get their calendar from? For example, Abib. These were the names of the. Thank you, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. These are the names of the months that were used in, say, the Canaanite calendar. Like, for example, we find them being used in the Gezer calendar. So it's one of those things where the Israelites seem to have adopted the names of the months that were being used by the Canaanites. So that's really all it is. It's just essentially an adoption of the Canaanite calendar. So hope that helps. As I said, we see this in the Gezer calendar. Very much appreciate it, and yeah, it's as simple as that. Okay. Next super chat here is from AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Does the second he refer to Moses or God? Exodus 34:24. I'm not sure what the question is driving at here, but let's just take a look. 34:24. I'll start verse 23. For 3 times a year you'll make your males appear before the Lord, the God of Israel. For I will drive out the nations before you and enlarge your borders, and no man shall covet the land when you go up 3 times a year to appear before the Lord your God. You shall not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread, nor the sacrifice of the feast of Passover to be left over until morning. Does the second he refer to Moses or God? This 24. Second he. Okay, I get second he. All right. For I will drive out the nation before you and enlarge you, and no man shall covet your land when you go up 3 times a year to appear before your Lord. I'm not seeing he in that verse. Did I get it right? 34:24? Yeah, it's 34:24. I think this is a translational issue, but I can't see what exactly the translational issue is here. So I'm going to have to give this one a pass because I just can't see the issue. Okay, sorry about that, but sometimes that happens. I can tell you you're referring to a grammatical issue here. I'm just going to take a quick look at the Hebrew. Maybe I can see it in the Hebrew. And I am not seeing it in the Hebrew either. So I don't see a third person masculine pronoun in here in this verse at all. So I think we're going to have to give this one a miss. All right. But thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. AT Ministers for $1.99. He asks, what's the significance of Jesus walking on water? And we already have covered this in an earlier question, which is it's water magic. So again, this is the true sign of a prophet, that a prophet is able to manipulate water, walk on water, fold water, all that good stuff, turn water into wine, make fish jump out of water into nets, all that good prophet stuff. So hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 80 Ministries for $1.99. Were ear nose rings common in ancient Egypt? Okay. Nose rings, not so much. Earrings, very common. A lot of people had earrings in ancient Egypt. Kings wore earrings. So earrings were exceptionally common in Egypt. You'll often find, for example, at some sites, like for example fortress sites, gold earrings that were included in burials. And they're kind of teardrop shaped. They're kind of those sort of teardrop earrings. And men and women had pierced ears in ancient Egypt. So they were common. A lot of people had them, and both men and women. And even, as I said, even the king had pierced ears. So, well, interestingly enough, actually, some of King Tut's earrings were screw-ons. Yeah, I mean they're massive. I mean they're huge. I mean the bore of those earrings is huge, but they were screw-ons that went through the piercing. So yeah, just it was something that a lot of people had. So but nose rings weren't very common. They were exceptionally rare in Egypt. In fact, I can't think of a single example of a nose piercing in Egypt. So, but earrings, yeah, very common. Okay, so hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. So Zoroastrians weren't astrologers. Apparently not. From what I've read from most Zoroastrian scholars is they didn't practice astrology. But Hittites did. So it doesn't seem that the Zoroastrians practice astrology, at least not in any meaningful way. They were dualists. They were dualists, but from what I can tell, they didn't. And this is one of those things where again, it's this idea that Zoroastrians were astrologers. It's tribal knowledge. It's tribal knowledge. It's one of those things that were often, it's been circulated in churches, and you sort of pick it up because of your affiliation, and you just sort of accept it as true. But there doesn't seem to be any evidence that the Zoroastrians actually practice astrology. Okay, so just sounds good, yeah. Darkblade goes, but Hittites are from Anatolia, which isn't east of Israel. Ah, great. If this was a question, it'd be a great question. Okay, all right, let's get into this one, because this is juicy. Okay, now Anatolia comes from the Greek, from Anatolia comes from the Greek word Anatole, which means east. But what we're dealing with here is ethnic geography, okay? Not compass coordinates, okay? So, to go east from Israel is to go north. So, here's what's going on here. The Israelites would view northward travel as traveling east. And the reason why is because when you travel north, you follow the circle of the Fertile Crescent and end up east. So this is actually really cool. We sometimes talk about ethnic geography on here because, because before the invention of the compass, people didn't use standardized coordinates like north, south, east, or west. That wasn't standard. So if you're in Israel and you go south, you end up in Egypt. If you go west, you end up in the sea. Okay? That's the sea. When you go east, you're actually going north and following the Fertile Crescent into Babylon. So Anatolia is in the way eastward. Which is why they still use that term Anatole. Because it's east. ethnic geography. Yeah, it's great stuff. Like, for example, I often hear people talk about, the whole north-south thing in Egypt, and that's not how they thought about it back then. You know, it's like in Egypt, if you go north, you're heading to the Nile Delta. You go south, you're heading to the cataracts. But there, you go west, you're really ending up in the desert. But if you go east, you end up in Canaan. Well, Canaan's sort of east, but it's more northeast by compass coordinate. It's Mama, ethnic geography, new acquired term, 100 experience points. Yeah, Slammer. It is Turkey. Yeah. In ancient Israel, that would have been considered east, at least until they started developing a north versus an east. Okay, but for the longest time in Israelite understanding, that would have been conceived of as east. It's not really until you start getting the Romans involved in Israel that they're going to start viewing, say, Italy as being north. It's not even really north, it's really west. Mysterious Fungus says, so it's more like they chose a place as a direction. Exactly. Yeah. Because no one's going to travel east. You're not going to travel through that wasteland. It's going to kill you. So when people travel east, they are actually traveling north. So I hope that helps. It's a cool thing though. Ethnic geography is really cool. It's really interesting stuff because it's just so counterintuitive to exactly how we would conceive of it, having compass coordinates and maps and GPS and all that good stuff. Well, the compass wasn't even invented until 500 AD. So people didn't really have a good handle on which way was north and which way was south. Mama asks then, so the Magi are from where then? Probably from Turkey. Yeah, probably from Turkey. But again, you won't know that unless you know the ethnic geography. So, hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. It's more questions, yeah. Yeah. Okay. 80 Mysteries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. Did archaeologists exist in ancient Egypt? Wife's question. There is one. There is a guy by the name of Ramses Nacht. He was one of the sons of Ramses II. Really far down in the line. Okay, he was really far down in the line. But he had this weird hobby. Weird by ancient Egyptian standards. Is he would go and investigate tombs and monuments, and sometimes restore them, dig them out of the sand. Like, for example, one of his projects was, he unburied the Sphinx and put mud brick on it to sort of shore it up, to protect it. So Ramses Nacht was not just into unburying Egypt's past. He was also into preservation. There's even some tombs out there, and I don't know which ones exactly. But Ramses Nacht would write in some of the mouths of some of these tombs, Ramses Nacht was here. And he would write, tomb inspected and found in good condition. So, he's as close to an ancient archaeologist as you can get. Really fascinating guy. I don't know where he was in the line of succession, but Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the question, Mrs. AT. Hope that helps, and I'll see you in Egypt. Okay, AT Ministries from 199. How's Exodus 6:17 tell us the long lives to how is Exodus 6:17 tell us the long lines refer to clans? It doesn't directly, it's just assumed, but let's just take a look at that and we'll see. Exodus 6. Verse 17. Okay. Bring up our Bible here. Now, we can just take the first one here. And the sons of Korath, Amram and Issachar, verse 18, and Hebron and Uzziel, the length of Kohath's life was 133 years. Okay. And the sons of Merari, Mahal and Mushi, these are the families of the Levites according to their generations. And Amram married his father's sister, Jochebed, and she bore him Aaron and Moses, and the length of Amram's life was 137 years. Okay. Even if you took the diminishing lifespans theory, this would almost inevitably be clans. Okay? And the reason why is because you can't have a numerous population, because one of the things we were told in Exodus chapter 2, or Exodus chapter 1, is the Israelites became plenty in number, numerous. You can't become a numerous nation in 3 generations. Just ain't happening demographically. Yeah, not every woman's going to have 500 kids. I just laying it out there. No matter how much she loves you, she's not going to have 500 children, okay? Just ain't happening, dudes. So this has to be an abbreviated genealogy. It has to be a genealogy of clans. Okay, just because you can't deal with it any other way. I mean, you would have an exodus of 200 people if it was 3 generations. That would be your exodus of 200 people. Yeah, exactly. Darkblade says, Genesis also mentions the Israelites being their own thing during the time of Joseph, 3 generations after Ishmael was born. Yeah. It's more than 3 generations. Seriously. These are clan lifespans. They have to be clan lifespans. There's no other way around it. Mama says, oh gosh, genealogies are Israel's highlight reel. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's basically pointing out who's important for the clan structure. So, and the Israelites were clan obsessed anyway. I mean, you can go all through the Bible. And I really hate this. I really wish there was a Bible translation that would translate family properly. It's not family, it's clan. Mishkapet. Okay? And this is just does incredible damage to proper biblical reading by translating it in this way. And I really wish modern English translations would translate Mishkapet properly. So, ugh. Totally ugh. So, yeah, so in the case of Exodus 6, yeah, those have to be clans. There's really not an option here. So Yeah, right up there with the Sea of Reeds. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, a lot of these traditional renderings do wreak havoc with our understanding of the Bible. And people naively read it, not understanding that there's a Hebrew meaning underneath it that's not exactly the same as the English. Oh yeah, the King James only people, don't get me started on them. Yeah. Yeah, the English corrects the Hebrew. Yeah, isn't that something? Yay. The English corrects the Hebrew. Nice. Nice. Oh boy. Mama, why do we do it? Tradition! Tradition! Yeah. And a lot. And I'll tell you this. When translation committees have tried to do proper translations of the Bible, oh, they get so much grief. Okay, that's why they use a lot of these translation committees use traditional renderings, because they don't want to deal with the pain in the neck caused by these people going, "Oh, you're compromising my Bible. You're liberalizing it. You compromiser." No one wants to deal with that. It's like, and it's all over the place. I mean,
you can't insist that the editors take.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
Yeah. Mysterious fungus. Didn't you know the Hebrew spoke 16th century English? Well, they seem to think that. It's just nuts, but hey. Darkly goes, do ABR donors control translation committees? Generally not. They don't have to. They don't have to. There's a lot of people who will just go absolutely ape. They'll go absolutely spare when you change even the slightest word of a traditional rendering. It's why they've never changed the wording of like Psalm 130 or 136 or I don't remember which, where the Lord swept away Pharaoh and his chariots. Now they'll still translate that as drowned, even though there's no possibility that that translation is drown, because no Pharaoh ever drowned.
No matter if you're late, early, or
Yeah.
2 weeks.
Yeah, it's just nuts. So how people just go crazy. They go absolutely crazy as soon as you start translating things correctly. I still get grief from people. I still get messages from people that say, "Oh, I turned you off as soon as you started translating Yam Suf as Sea of Reeds." It's what? Yeah, you mistranslated that from Red Sea. What? It's like, huh? What?
There's a lot of these people.
Yeah. Yeah, just it's bizarre. It's bizarre.
They went to a denomination.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of them did. Yeah. It's like Mama Strange Hill to die on. Yeah, but people will die on that hill. They will die on that hill.
And they get really, really nasty.
Oh, they get really nasty. And publishers get a lot of nasty grams from the general public when just the slightest traditional reading gets changed. Yeah, it's really tough to be to walk that line between a good translation and a traditional one. It's just really hard. I don't blame them for this, translators for this, because yeah, I know what the grief they're going to get out of it. So yeah, just bizarre, but hey, there it is. Okay. Let's go on the next one here, because we got to do got to make sure we get through all of these tonight. 18 minutes for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Who's Moloch? Leviticus 22. Why are ram's heads set aside for it in Leviticus 18:21? All right. Let's do this kind of in reverse order. So let's go Leviticus 18. Actually, let's go do the other way around. Let's do 20, verse 2. You shall say to the sons of Israel, any man from the sons of Israel or from the aliens sojourning in Israel who gives any of his offspring to Moloch shall surely be put to death. The people of the land shall stone him with stones. Okay. Who is Moloch? Moloch is actually a kind of sacrifice. Okay? It's not a god. It used to be thought that Moloch was a god. He's not a god. It's a kind of sacrifice. It's kind of burnt offering. It's a sacrifice of a human being in a fire offering. That's a Moloch sacrifice. Okay? So that's what's going on here as far as this is concerned. It's a kind, as I said, it's a kind of human sacrifice. Moloch practice is associated with what's called a tophet. And a tophet is an area of where human sacrifices are performed. Okay? So, but you could also sacrifice other things on a tophet too. Okay? Like, for example, at the tophet at Carthage, they found both child skeletons in the urns, but they also found deer skeletons as well. So apparently you could sacrifice deer on as a Moloch offering as well. So it wasn't exclusively human sacrifice, but as a essential part of its component, a tophet has to include human sacrifice. So yeah, you could sacrifice other things on a tophet. Okay, but for it to be a tophet, somebody has had to have done a human sacrifice. But that's what a Moloch is. A Moloch is a kind of offering of a human sacrifice. Now, Leviticus 18, verse 21. Why are rams set aside from 18:21? Okay. Neither shall you give any of your offspring to offer them to Moloch, nor shall you profane the name of your God. I am the Lord. I don't see anything with the ram there, but no, I still don't see anything with rams in here. Just gonna do a quick check here for ram. Anything in Leviticus 18:21 that's even close here? No. Well, 19:21 has a ram offering, but that's a guilt offering. So yeah, I don't see in Leviticus 18 anything associated with rams. But it doesn't really matter because you could sacrifice other animals on a Moloch offering too. It's a burnt offering. It's a place of burnt offering where you could do animals or human beings. So Michael Gee, Moloch equals immolation. Not linguistically, but in practice, yes. In practice, yes, definitely. It's not. Moloch comes from the etymology meaning king, like Melech. But Moloch is say more or less kind of the high royal sacrifice as such. But so there's that reference there, but it is seen as the sort of the king of sacrifices, if you could put it that way. That might be a false etymology, but you can kind of think of it like that. That's the highest sacrifice you can make, is making a sacrifice of your own kids. But it's essentially, yeah, it's an immolation kind of sacrifice. Now, typically the ones to be sacrificed were killed before actual burning. Okay, yeah. Mysterious fungus, sacrifice of all sacrifices. Exactly, that's what it is. That's exactly what a Moloch is. It's a sacrifice of all sacrifices. Okay, so I think we answered that question. Moving on. 18 minutes just for $4.99. Many pastors preach that the story of Cain and Abel is an ancient tale of works versus faith. What do you think of this exegesis? Well, thank you very much for that super chat. We appreciate it. I don't think much of that exegesis. I don't think it's a very good exegesis. I think it's reading into the text. Yeah, I don't think this is about works versus faith. This whole story of Cain and Abel seems to be more of a sibling rivalry between agrarianism and pastoralism, and most people will sort of take that stand today, at least in say the community. It's basically setting the stage for the Israelites to start behaving like pastoralists. So I think that's really what's sort of coming down here as far as that goes, is it really does seem to be that pattern. And we do find that in the beginning periods, like Genesis 1 to 11, it's setting out a prolegomena, a religious agenda for Israel. It's going to define sacred space. It's going to define libation ritual. There's going to be all of this purity, law. All of that is going to get its sort of foundation in that Genesis period of Genesis 1 to 11. And among that is that transition, that program of de-Egyptianizing the Israelites. And part of that process of de-Egyptianizing the Israelites is going to be that transition from, say, being city slickers to sheep herders. So that's really what's going to happen here when the story of Cain and Abel is retold. That Cain is a farmer. He's a sedentary agrarian. Abel, he's a pastoralist. She's a sheep herder. His sacrifice is going to be seen as superior because it fits into the religious program that Yahweh is setting out for his people. Okay? So I think that's a much superior reading over, say, the whole idea of faith versus works. I mean, this is very popular, say, with a lot of Reformation kind of pastors, because that's what they're looking for, is that whole faith versus works thing. So I don't think it's a very good I don't think it's a sound exegesis, but I think you need to take more contextualized view of Genesis 1 to 11 before trying to apply those kinds of theologically driven kinds of exegesis. Yeah, there's nothing in there that suggests that works were at all involved, or faith. So
it makes a great sermon, but it's not in there.
Yeah, it makes a great sermon, but it's eisegesis. Yeah, it's eisegesis. Yeah.
Stop it.
Stop it. Yes. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Yeah, we're trying to work down here, guys. We are doing our best here to get everybody's super chat done tonight. So
all interrupting was
yeah. So we do need to stop at midnight regardless. So just keep that in mind, guys. So here we go. Next one here is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Do we equivocate the definition of wisdom in the Old Testament? Rereading Exodus, it seems like wisdom denotes skills, competency more than anything. Exodus 35:26. All right, we're not going to read this because I know this off the top of my head. It is skills and competency. That's what Hakma means. Hakma is the word Hebrew word for wisdom. It does mean skills and practical skills. So you're absolutely dead right here. This is about skills and competency, wisdom. Like, for example, a good craftsman is said to be wise. A good accountant is said to be wise, even though if he goes and gets drunk and spends all his money on his paycheck on loose women, you know, he's said to be wise because of his skill as an accountant. Okay, so yeah, this is what Hakma means in the Old Testament. It's about skills, it's about competency. A good programmer has Hakma. So it can also mean the ability to be judge one thing from another too. Okay, but it also applies to practical skills as well. All right, so hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat, very much appreciated. Okay, AT Ministries for 199. Thank you for the super chat. He goes, "Welcome back, Doc. Congrats on the book." Well, thank you. And for those who are just tuning in, he of course means this book, which is first novel in our new science fiction series, War of the Gods. And it is good. It should be going on sale. It already appears on the Amazon database, and it should be coming out for pre-order very soon. And it'll be published April 15th. All right. So when we get the hard copies, we'll show y'all. And it's so cool that we got this up this week. So thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and thank you for the plug. All right, I want to thank Scott Warthen for becoming a YouTube member. We appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you so very much. Scott Warthen for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Have you read KSB Reiholt's, it's Kim Reiholt, The Political Situation of Egypt During the Second Intermediate Period? If so, how do you assess his seriation, chronology? Do you consider him a fellow evidentialist? Okay, I have read the book. I've read the book. It was originally his master's thesis, okay, and it was written in 1997, so it's long in the tooth. Very, very long in the tooth. It doesn't take into account any of the findings found at Avaris, so I wouldn't consider it an up-to-date book these days by any stretch of the imagination. If you're not going to take into account the excavations at Tel Adaba, you're really not getting the core of the Second Intermediate Period. He really only concerns himself with dynasties 13, 14, and maybe even 16, because he doesn't have the other data. Now, his book is very impressive as far as its detail, but he's missing out so much. He's missing so much out of it that you don't see it quoted widely anymore. As I said, it's just painfully out of date, and even Reiholt at this point wouldn't consider that to be his best work. Okay, so it's like this: he's got some good data in that book. Some of the data is good. His conclusions have pretty much fallen into, well, like all our conclusions eventually. He's lived long enough now to see his own conclusions die. He's lived long enough to become wise. Darkblade goes, wait, how does he not include the Avaris excavations? Those have been going on since 60 years ago. Well, okay. When he wrote this, he published this in 1997. Okay? 1997. That is almost 30 years ago. That's almost 30 years ago. At the same time as when the first, as he published this, now don't forget, he wrote this as a master's thesis. He wrote the book prior to 1997. 1997 is also the years the first field reports from Avaris came out. So, you know, Scott asked, what about the seriation of his list of 14th Dynasty kings? I think that's very not great work. Okay. I think I think the idea that he could have a put together chronology of 14th dynasty kings is very flawed. Okay, his conclusions are not great. Okay, but then again, he's doing this as a master's student, so you kind of come to expect that. Now, what makes that book was good in its time was it was the only work that talked about the kings of the 13th and 14th dynasty. But there's been other people that have done more work on this since. And I think that, sometimes that happens, Darkblade, where, the first field reports for Avaris came out about 30 years after, about 30 years of excavation. Yeah, that happens. Like, for example, what's his name now? David O'Connor. When he did his stuff on Buhan. The final report, I mean, that excavation was like 80 years ago. And the final report still hasn't come out. Some people, he's dead. O'Connor's dead now, but there's some people who are trying to get his work in a publishable state to do the final report, but it never came out. So, yeah, so I think that I think a lot of Ryhold's work, I think some of the data is really good. I mean, he does get all the data in one place, and I think that's a really good contribution. But I think his conclusions are flawed in a lot of places. So I don't think you'll find a lot of modern Egyptologists really depending on that work anymore. Okay? So, well, Scott says, I read Avaris by B Talk, and that doesn't seem to contradict any of the 14th. It's not going to be Avaris. That book is also out of date. Okay. B Talk's first work on Avaris is also now woefully out of date. So again, you're talking almost nearly a 30-year-old book here. So you have to understand that there's been 30 volumes published on the field reports of Avaris since that first book. 30 volumes. Okay? The amount of data that's been collected now is voluminous. It's huge, the amount of data now. So, it's just inevitable that, when you've got a publication that old, that when new data shows up, it's gonna challenge those conclusions. That's just inevitable. And that's why you don't depend upon works that are that old for certain things. It's just not a wise thing to do. It's not smart. It's just not smart. So, it's one of those things that you just have. It's an occupational hazard of being in a rapidly changing field. Is that you're going to encounter these works that are 30, 40, 50 years old that you can't trust for the latest data or the latest conclusions. And the conclusions are usually the first things that go, not the data. So, you can depend on that book for the data. But the data is fine. The data is fine in that book. It's the conclusions that are the problem. And this is true of anything. This was true of, say, even some of that early work by BTOC too. It's been superseded. A lot of it's been just superseded by the later excavations. Scott, it's here. Dude, I can't keep on the edge of contemporary understanding. Okay, what's up with the date stuff about the 13th, 14th, 15th, 17th, 18th dynasty subject matter? Okay, here's what's going on. The 13th is a mess. 13th dynasty is a mess. We don't know the exact order of the 13th dynasty kings. We've got some idea. We've got, the problem is we don't have any tombs for the most part. We got, I think, a couple of them. But most of the 13th dynasty stuff, we're not sure of the order. 14th dynasty is now seen as being mostly contemporary warlords. Almost no Egyptologist now is going to say that there was a succession of 14th dynasty kings. Almost no one. And that's going to be a huge problem. It's going to be a huge problem with trying to reconstruct the 14th dynasty. Is nobody anymore thinks that there was a succession of 14th dynasty kings. It's basically Semitic warlords roaming the Nile Delta, basically killing each other, pillaging, plundering. That's what they did. Okay? So, the 15th dynasty is still sketchy. We know some of the kings, we don't know them all. And it's sketchy at the beginning, and it's sketchy at the end. We got a little bit from Manetho, but not much. We got nothing from Manetho for the 14th or 13th dynasties. So, it's even... so they're even worse. But, 17th dynasty, we've got a few records of the kings at the end of the 17th dynasty, but nothing from the early 17th. But nothing at all. We don't even know who the viziers were during any of those periods. So the 13th dynasty, 14th, 15th, 17th dynasty, we don't know any of the viziers. None of them. Not one. The 18th dynasty, on the other hand, we've got some very secure stuff for. More secure at the end than at the beginning. But the beginning is pretty good too. Compared to all those other previous dynasties of the second intermediate period, the 18th dynasty is really secure. In fact, it's probably at the beginning of the 18th dynasty, it's only probably plus or minus 10 years. At the end of the 18th dynasty, you're down to plus or minus maybe 5 if you're really being liberal about how you want much wiggle room you want there. In some cases, we got it down to the almost exact year. So yeah, I'll agree. Look, it's hard to keep up with this. That's why there are subject matter experts out there. It's really hard to keep up with this. You just have to. But if you do this professionally as an Egyptologist, and I am an Egyptologist, you keep up on this. You read the papers. It's not optional for a guy in my position. It's optional for a guy in your position, but it's not optional for a guy in my position. And, that's why you come onto this channel and ask me these questions. And that's why I make myself available, too. Because I realize you can't keep up on this. Frankly, most of you guys have lives. Scott, I think you have probably a life. I have no life, but you have a life. Enjoy it, okay? Just want to say, just enjoy your life. But this is why I make my knowledge available. I come on these Fridays and I do these Q&A sessions because you can't do all the reading. So, and I would expect you to do all the reading. But somebody has to do the reading. So that's why we do it. So, it's just because it is old literature can be a problem. Nothing stays current forever. And it's just one of those unfortunate truths that you kind of just gotta accept. So I hope you understand. Thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. And I hope that helped. Okay? All right, next one here. From Jack Ray, gifted the channel 50 Egypt and the Bible memberships. Well, thank you very much. We very much appreciate it.
Really good membership.
Yeah, it's been a very good membership night. Thank you so very much for all of you who supported the channel. We really appreciate it. Addison Weird for $4.99. He asks, did you see Wes Huff's appearance on Joe Rogan? If so, what are your thoughts? No, I haven't watched it. I've been really busy. I'm really busy. I got a peer review paper submitted. It was very when I got the news of my father's death, it was right in the middle of editing that paper for Archaeology magazine. And it was just like, okay, I have one day to get this in. So yeah, it's been a bad week. So I haven't watched a lot of things that probably should be being watched. So unfortunately, I've not seen it. So I can't comment on it just yet. I have it on my to-watch list. I just haven't had the time. So thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Linguist Ammo for $5. Thank you. Good to see you, Adam. Happy to see you as always. Just supporting the channel. Loved watching your walkthrough of ETS, by the way. Oh, it was fascinating. So fascinating to do. Yeah. So, yeah, very interesting. It was a very interesting experience to go this year. And, yeah, who I bumped into was amazing. I mean, just as I said, crazy who I bumped into there. Okay, so thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. And, thank you for the support of the channel. We really appreciate it. Normal Man for $5 Canadian. Thank you for the super chat. Who is the most underrated pharaoh? Bernie. Underrated pharaoh. Okay, I got one. I think this has been very sort of underrated. Amenhotep the First. I think he was very underrated. Okay, he's not a conquering king, but he comes after Ahmose the First. Okay, Amenhotep the First has to put the kingdom back together. It's undergone years and years and years of civil war. Okay, what Amenhotep the First does is he reestablishes good government. He changes, he basically says, no more pyramid building. We're all going to start building our tombs in the Valley of the Kings. So he brings fiscal responsibility back to Egypt. He closes off the trade, the immigration from the Levant into Egypt to kind of get the economy back on track. So I would definitely put Amenhotep the First in that really highly underrated category. Yeah, people who stabilize governments tend not to get the big applause, and they should. But Amenhotep the First is also the king that paves the way for Tutmosis III to do his conquests. So if there was no Amenhotep I, there'd be no Tutmosis III. Because he brought stability to Egypt. So that's who I would rate as probably the most underrated. All right. Next one here is from Micah Price for $5. Thank you for the super chat. If Egyptian gods were believed to act through their idols, their image, what would that have any correlation to Genesis and God creating man in his image? Yes. Yes, it would. And in Genesis chapter 1, where it talks about God made man in his image and his likeness, the words are Demot and Salem. Both of those are terms used of idols. Those are religious images and religious likenesses. Okay? So absolutely, it is God's spirit being blown into humanity and inhabiting basically an idol. We are a reflection of God to God. So absolutely, this does apply here, and it's definitely what the text is trying to confer with the use of this religiously pregnant language. It's the sort of language that is definitely cultic and it fits in with the whole narrative of Genesis 1 to 3 of Eden being God's temple, and the layout of the creation order being that separation of sacred and profane spaces. So yeah, absolutely. So I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Matthew Harrell has a member comment here. Hey, what's up, Doc? Books. More books. Books. That's what's up. Thank you for the question.
I got that answer.
Matthew Harrell for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. I would like to ask Mr. EC how much talent was worth in Matthew 24, 14 to 19. Okay. That is a great question. Just look that up for... Well, it's not a worth thing, first of all. A talent is a weight. Okay? It's one of those things that's often used of... And talents were a unit of measurement that changed over time. And generally, it's between 60 pounds and 130 pounds, roughly. Okay? So, when we are talking about talents here, we're talking a lot of metal. So, when we go into Matthew 24 here, so Matthew 24, verses 14 to 19. Okay. Is it 14 to 19? Okay. Let's see. So, Matthew 24, verses 14. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in the whole world for a witness to all nations, and then the end shall come. Sure this is about talents here? I think you got the wrong passage, man. Nope, no mention of talents in verse 24 here. Let me just see if I can find it. Okay, Matthew 25. All right. It's not that, just talented. Jack. Okay. The dude's a dude. So a talent wasn't a tap dancing competition? No. No, it was a unit of metal weight. Okay. So here it's in verse Matthew 25. Okay, and the text reads, "For it is just like a man about to go on a journey who called his own slaves and entrusted his possessions to them. He gave one 5 talents." Now, in the New Testament times, we're talking about 129 pounds here per talent. So figure about 500 pounds of metal. Another 2, another 1, according to each of his ability, and he went on his journey. So this is a lot of loot. Immediately, the one who received the 5 talents went and traded them and gained 5 more. And in the same manner, the one who had received 2 talents gained 2 more. But the one who received 1 talent went away and dug a hole in the ground and hid his master's money. So after a long time, the master of those slaves came and settled accounts with them. So yeah, this is a lot of cash. This is a lot of loot. And it doesn't matter if you're talking gold or silver here. It's a lot of money. Okay? So, it's hard to say exactly how much this is, because of the conversion of the price of precious metals during the Roman period. Remember, Rome had a currency scarcity. It didn't have enough metal to make all the coinage it needed. This is one of the reasons why the Romans had this policy of when, say, the provinces paid their taxes, they were supposed to take that tax, convert it into currency, metal currency, and send the currency back to Rome. They didn't want the stuff. They wanted the metal. And the reason they wanted the metal is there wasn't enough currency to pay everybody. So there was a lot of they had a lot of inflation because they were minting drachmas ever with less and less silver. So yeah, Darkblade adds here. I know in the late Roman currency, the silver content of coins got diluted. Okay. So he's not. So when Christ does this parable, he's not doing this in coinage. He's basically saying so that no one could quibble about the amounts. He's doing it in weight. So that's a lot of coinage. A lot of coinage. So yeah, but it's worth a lot. A talent of silver in the Roman time is worth a lot. And 5 talents, that's a lot of loot. Okay? So, hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Followers of the shepherd asked the question in Hosea 11:5. Some believe lo should be read as surely instead of not. Is this possible? Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. You have to take this in context. So let's look at Hosea. Verse 5. All right. And it says, I'll take it from verse 4 here. I led them with cords of a man, with bonds of love, and I became as one of them, as one who lifts its yoke from their jaws. And I bent down and fed them. Now, this is the New American Standard Version, so it reads in verse 5, they will not return to the land of Egypt, but Assyria, he shall be their king. They refuse to return to me. Okay. Now, we'll have to look at the Hebrew here, what the Masoretic text says. Now, we might have to do some text critical work here with some Dead Sea Scrolls to figure out if that's actually the reading here, but let's just see what it says. Okay. Lo, it's a part negative particle here. Yeah, okay. They shall not return to the land. But Mitzrayim to Egypt. Okay. So the literal reading in the Hebrew is assuming it's not surely here. They shall not return to the land of Egypt and but Assyria shall be their king. Okay, so that's what it reads in the Hebrew. Okay, so when it says they shall surely they will return to the land of Egypt, but Assyria will be their king. Yeah, I don't think that makes sense contextually. So some people, after they Israel fell to the Assyrians and the northern tribe of Israel, northern kingdom of Israel, fell to the Assyrians. They didn't flee to Egypt. Okay, so also too, when you see surely, you don't often see it at the beginning like that. So I'll just mark where it is in the Masoretic text here. It's at the beginning of a verse. So it's right here. So you don't often see this as surely. You don't see the evocative here used often at the beginning of a sentence like this. More often what you will see is it after the introductory because you do see low as that negation, that not or never at the beginning of a sentence. You frequently find it at the beginning. Frequently. Whereas you see the evocative tend to be, say, moved in a bit. Like, for example, after the main verb, you'll see like it would be yashev lo if it was surely. So that tends to be the sort of the syntax pattern you see more with surely. So yeah, do load in modern Hebrew only means no. Yeah, but in ancient Hebrew, it can sometimes mean surely. It can also mean, or indeed, it can also mean no, or but particularly never. It's you get two negations in ancient Hebrew. You get al and lo. Al means not. Is your soft not. But lo means no or never. So it doesn't I would tend to probably use the negation here. There's a slight possibility it could be surely or indeed, but it's not a great fit for that, and especially when you start rendering that contextually. Because again, this is talking about the northern kingdom of Israel. They didn't go back to Egypt. Some Judahites, when Babylon came, yeah, some of them went to Egypt. But the northern Israelites didn't go to Egypt. So I don't see this as being a good contextual fit either. So I would probably stick to the normal reading here of not or never in this case. Okay, so thank you very much for the super chat or the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, Sentinel Apologetics for 50 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. He says, blessings, David. Much love to you during this difficult time. Well, thank you so very much. We really appreciate the condolences. Prayers for you and your father, family. Now for some juicy theology. Thoughts on Hebrews 11:26-27. It's interesting that Christ is mentioned along with, he saw the one who is invisible. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. There's lots of juicy stuff in Hebrews. I mean, Hebrews is basically two themes, which is Christ is better than anything, and don't apostatize. Okay, so Hebrews 11, 26-27. Considering the reproach of Christ greater riches than the treasures of Egypt. Okay, that's quite a comparison. For he was looking to the reward. By faith he left Egypt, not fearing the wrath of the king, for he endured as seeing him who is unseen. Okay, so this is talking about Moses. By faith, Moses, when this is the Hall of Faith, when he had grown up, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter, choosing to endure ill treatment with the people of God than to enjoy the passing pleasures of sin. Considering the reproach of Christ greater riches than the treasures of Christ. But he left Egypt, not fearing the wrath of the king, for he endured as seeing him who is unseen. Yeah. This is a reference to the passing of God before him. There's one part in Exodus where Moses sees the unseen. Basically, God appears to him, but not in his fullness. because no man can see him and live. So God passes, Moses hides in the cleft of the rock. God passes by, and Moses can see the afterglory of God passing by. And then Moses glows like a radioactive candle. Yeah. Yeah. But this is all, I mean, Hebrews here, this is the part of Hebrews where it's trying to tell you that Christ is better than everything. Even this vision by Moses. Okay? So, the whole point of the Hall of Faith in Hebrews 11 is to show that this is what's anticipated. All these promises were great, fantastic, but Christ is the fulfillment. And this is why it's going to mention Christ in say verse 26 here, and in other places in this text too, because this is what's pointing to. Yeah, all the Old Testament saints, they lived by faith. They got the promise. They haven't received the promise. Christ is the fulfillment of the promise. Therefore, he's better than the promise because he's the fulfillment. He's the payoff. So Christ is the payoff of all these promises. So that's what this Hall of Faith is really driving at. That dude's a dude. You see? It was a UFO. It made him radioactive. Dr. Folk just admitted it. You see? Nice. 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 Yeah, well, I didn't think I quite admitted that, but all right. So Rob, it's good to see you here tonight. I did watch a good portion. I actually not. I watched all. Your live stream this morning with IP. I thought it was very good. I thought you and IP made some excellent points. Kip's just sloppy. He's just sloppy. And he doesn't read. That's the real issue. He doesn't read. Yeah, he quote mines his sources. So, it's hard to take that seriously. Okay. Next one here is from Steve K for $2. Thank you for the super chat. How do you interpret Psalm 137, 8-9? Okay. Psalm 137, and I think this is the passage of the Exodus here. If I remember correctly. Or maybe it's not. 137, 8-9. Okay, this is different. Okay. Not what I was remembering. All right. Oh, okay, I know what this is going on here. Okay. Oh, daughter of Babylon, you devastated one. How blessed will you be, the one who repays you with the recompense which you have repaid us. How blessed will be the one who seizes and dashes your little ones against the rock. Okay, this is hyperbole. This is essentially hyperbole. Now, we have to understand a bit about sieges in the ancient world. Like, for example, let's take, the siege of Jerusalem in 70 AD. It was bad. It was really, really bad. The Romans had basically seized Jerusalem for years, letting no one in or out. They wanted the whole city to surrender en masse. And the zealots weren't permitting it. It got so bad that people were stealing each other's children for food. That's how bad it got. Okay? That's pretty bad. So that's the nature of siege warfare. Is you're not just looking at, you're looking at just pure desperation. So people were eating their own children. Now, no one does that capriciously. No one does that capriciously. But that's what happens under a siege situation. So when we talk about Psalm 137 here, it's talking about, yeah, okay, basically people killing their own kids to cannibalize them. That's what this is about. Okay? So, it's hyperbole. So essentially, you did these terrible things to the Israelites, O daughter of Babylon. This is what's going to happen to you too. It's going to get so bad for you that killing and eating your own children is going to seem like a blessing. So that's the subtext here. It's one of not just, yeah, what you did to somebody else? Oh yeah, it's coming for you. Yeah, instant karma. Yeah. So that's what's going on here. This is what you did unto others is going to be done to you. So when you're holed up in your city under siege and things get desperate, it's going to seem like a blessing to cannibalize your children. It's pretty awful. But what they did to others was awful too. So, Carmation instant breakfast. Oh, that's so bad, Jack. Come on. Yeah, Mama says, wow. Yeah, that's a wow. Mama says, can there be anything more horrible than that? No. No, not really. So we got to understand that here's what I think people do in injustice to this passage is they tend to diminish it. No, don't diminish the horror of this particular passage. Yeah, everyone sings the first part of this in Psalms. It's used all over the Psalms. By the rivers of Babylon, we sat down and wept. Well, that's not a great thing to begin with. Come on. We remembered Zion upon the willows. I mean, a lot of songs have been written on this, but they do skip off the last two verses. No, the last two verses are the point of the rest of the psalm. It's the whole point of the psalm is to say, yeah, you've been devastated, O Israel. You will be devastated, O Israel. But
those who did it to you.
But those who did it to you it's going to even be worse for them. Yeah. Gabe Reagan says the Bible goes hard sometimes. Absolutely. It does. It does go hard. And again, we do give no sense of justice to the text when we diminish what it's talking about. So, yeah, this is why we talk about this stuff on this channel. This is why we're also a channel for, sometimes people ask me, well, why don't you make your content more PG-13? Or, sorry, for kids, G-rated. Make your content G-rated so that I could show it to my Sunday school class. Yeah. Yeah. So, we give you the Bible here straight up, but it is for an adult audience. Okay. So, yeah, if you're mature enough to handle it, yeah, you'll see the blessing in this, but it's not in the words itself. It's, you get the meaning out of it. Okay. Mama says, have they read the Bible? No. you'll find that most people who talk on the Bible these days haven't read it. And this is why one of the reasons too why we read it. You know, people ask me a question, but it's why one of the reasons we read it, so we get the full context. People don't read the Bible anymore. They have an impression of the Bible. They were taught the Bible as in Sunday school, and that's the fullness of their understanding. It's what they learned in Sunday school. So, but no, a lot of them haven't read it. Some of these guys haven't read their Bibles in 40 years. Yeah, pastors, Bible scholars. It was crazy what I heard at some of the stuff at ETS. You know, Roger Young didn't know who Balaam was. The guy with a talking donkey. Didn't believe there was such a thing. Some guy in the hallway had to remind him about, yeah, this is actually in the Bible, dude. Okay, so that covers Psalm 137, 8 to 9. Thank you very much, Steve K, for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Johan Snyman for 35 South African Rand. Thank you for the super chat. Hi, Dr. Falk. My condolences to you and your family. We're keeping you in our prayers. Well, thank you very much. I very appreciate those. We always covet your prayers anyway. Even if you don't donate to the channel, please pray for us, because doing a channel like this is a real struggle and most people don't see it. So we appreciate your prayers more than anything. So thank you very much. Johan Snyman for 70 South African Rand. Thank you very much for the super chat. I had a guy arguing that Adam was white because the Brown Driver Briggs lexicon says it means red. As in, Adam could blush. Oh, dear. My Hebrew isn't strong enough to address this, but it sounds too simple. Yeah, it is too simple. Okay. Adam doesn't mean red. Okay, it doesn't. And that's a really old reading, and Brown Driver Briggs is a really out-of-date lexicon. Okay? Now, Adam means man. That's what it means. Or humanity. Adamah, the feminine, can mean the ground, particularly a reddish clay. But it's not the color red itself. Okay? So this is one of those things that's sometimes what's called a secondary interpretation. So there's an influence. There's an inference that comes out of it. So when you deal with inferences, you got to be really, really careful. Like I saw this, for example, as much as I like Heiser's work, he often did this, where he would take a inference and turn it into a translation. And inferences are great for exegesis, not so hot for translations. Like, for example, he would use like the Nakash, the serpent of Genesis 3. And one of the translations of Nakash is bronze. And it's the bronze of a mirror bronze, essentially. So it's really shiny and really reflected. So there's an inference there that it reflects light. So from that, Heiser used to say that Nakash should mean an angel of light. A being of light. Okay? But that's an inference. It's not a translation. Nakash doesn't mean light. It's never meant light. It could mean bronze, it can mean serpent. But it doesn't mean light. So you got to be really, really careful when you start doing inferences as translations. Okay? Adam is one of those things that means man. Adamah means ground, and it's often a sort of a clay-based kind of earth, particularly. But that's, again, to say that's red is an inference, not a translation. So you got to be super careful about that. So I don't think you can get any indication here that Adam is white just from that. That doesn't make any sense. It's linguistic nonsense is what this is. All right. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Next one here is from Tarapar for $10. Thank you for the super chat. He goes, just picked up your book. Well, thank you. We're going to have to soon ask which book. We should be already asking that. I'm assuming you mean the Ark of the Covenant in its Egyptian context. Okay. I would like to know more on the dating of Khufu. Okay. He dates to around 2350 BC. How do we know his time? Is that history radiometric? No, it's not radiometric. It's actually how do you say this? Using the king lists. Okay. Second, if it's the latter, how do we know it's reliable? Thank you. It's history. We use history to date Khufu. Okay. So that's what we're using now. That's how we date Khufu, is through his reign lengths, and we've got multiple sources now to verify those reign lengths. So that's how we basically date the Old Kingdom, is using a combination of the Palermo stone and Manetho. Okay, and we also have a lot of secondary sources too, like some regnal years of his administrators as well. So it's probably going to be closer to 2350 is where it kind of, for Khufu. And how do I remember that? It just happens his reign falls on the same time as the young Earth creationist flood. So it's almost exactly the same time. Okay? So I think 25 Dark Blade says the most common dates I hear are 200 years earlier, 2550. I think that's actually probably a little too long. I think it's probably out of date. I can give you the exact. Let me just look it up in Groundhog here, because I have it in Groundhog too. Let's take a moment here to fire up. Yeah, I actually used my own tool. Amazing, huh? And of course it's not firing up at the moment. It's probably an update. Probably fix that again. Great, fantastic. Oh boy. Anyhow, if I can get this in another browser. Okay. Oh, ouch. Okay, I can't get that up at the moment. So, but yeah, that I think would be probably an older dating, for it, because Zoser is going to be around 2650. Okay, so, so yeah, I don't think that's exactly a great date here. Oh wait, I know where I can look this up. Just a second. I have this somewhere else. Got a screenshot, don't I? Writing. Articles. All right, I'll have to look it up some other time. But yeah, 2350 is a better date, I think, for Khufu. So just saying. Because there's going to be about 300 years between Khufu and Zoser. So, because if he was in he was in 2350, then Zoser would have to date to 2850, and then you start running into problems with the early dynastic period. So I think that's probably an out of date date. Okay, so hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat and the follow-up question. Really appreciate it. But yeah, we dated according to history, essentially. All right, question from Mama. How do you pronounce Glees? Glees. Tandem Toad for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. I keep hearing that camels are an anachronism. They're not. The domestication of camels has been now traced all the way back to the 4th millennium. It's this is so out of date that I'm surprised people keep bringing this up. I'm really surprised people keep bringing this up, because this has been known now for 20 years. 20 years. We have evidence from the Arabian Peninsula of camel domestication dating back to the 3rd millennium. There's evidence of domesticated camel skulls found in the Fayum from the 4th millennium. Easily we have camel remains from going all the way back to the Middle Kingdom. Easily. So it's not an anachronism, not at that point. And Abraham's, and unless, even if you do the traditional dating, you can still make a case for the camels being domesticated at that time. But, Abraham probably is around in the 1750s. There's more than ample evidence of camel domestication. Oh, we even find camels in some tombs in Egypt as far as their animal remains. So yeah, there's a this one really bothers me because this has been known for 20 years. This has been known since the 1990s. So this one just sort of drives me nuts, because there's no way people should be still repeating this objection. So it's just one of those cases where the research has not caught up to the objection yet. So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But yeah, there's no warrant to keep saying this is anachronism. Just none. All right, Yosuke, as a member question here. Hey, Dr. Falk, I'm making a card game based on the Ancient Near East. Awesome. Hey, look, I think it's really, really good when we can get popular culture, all this biblical stuff and ancient Near Eastern history stuff into popular culture. Okay, and he says, based on the winged goddesses of Egypt on ritual furniture, were cherubim on the ark female? Probably. Okay, the answer to this is probably yes. The cherubim on the ark were probably female goddesses with their arms as wings facing each other and facing forward. Okay, so that's the most likely configuration of cherubim on the ark of the covenant. Okay, so It just seems to be that this was the style of cherubim in the late Bronze Age. Now, that's going to change over time. It's going to change over time. But when we're talking about the late Bronze Age, we're talking females with wings, essentially. So, hope that helped. Yosuke asks another question here, a super chat for £5. Thank you for the super chat. He goes, hey, Dr. Falk, as an Egyptologist, what's your perspective of thrones, sacred space guardians, Lamassu, cherub, seraph, Wadjet, sphinx? God bless. That's a lot of different things. Okay. Lamassu, that's going to be Mesopotamian. I don't know a lot about the Lamassu. Cherubim, okay, that I know a bit about. Again, those are the winged goddesses. That's pretty standard for the late Bronze Age. Seraphim, the closest thing you're going to find is the Uraeus in Egyptian equivalent. It's a winged serpent that spits fire, and the cherubim and the seraphim did two different functions. Okay, the seraphim kept impurity out of a sacred space, so they're always focused outward. Okay, so they're on the edge of the sacred space, blasting fire out to keep impurity out. Cherubim did a different job, which was to purify sacred space inside the space. So kind of think of it as complements. Okay, so for there to be cherubim, there had to be seraphim too. They worked together in tandem. So you had one cleaning up the impurity inside the space, and the one driving out the impurity. Okay. A Wadjet is a solar disk with wings. That's what it is. Okay. So that's what a Wadjet is. It's a solar disk with wings, essentially. And then Sphinxes are a little different. Okay. They're typically shaped with as lions, with wings swept back, with the head of a human, usually the king. And the Sphinx, on the other hand, was not considered to be a real being. Okay? Sphinxes were not considered to be real beings. The other ones in this category were. Okay? Even the Wadjet is considered to be a representation of a divine being, a god. But Sphinxes weren't. Sphinxes were the symbol of royal power. That's what a Sphinx is. It's not a real deity. Now, at some point there, you'll see people worshiping in Egypt, like the Great Sphinx. Okay? Because it's a big, impressive statue and people worshipped it. Okay? But generally, Sphinxes weren't worshipped in Egypt. They were sort of kind of trappings to temples. They're the symbol of the power of the king. So this is why you'll see oftentimes Sphinxes wearing the royal Nemes headdress with a full beard, and it's the royal beard of the king. So the Sphinx is the symbol of royal power. The ability of the king to crush his enemies. So they weren't normally personified and venerated in the same way as, say, maybe other manifestations of these entities might have been. Okay? So, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Tarapar for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. When you add up the individual lifespans of Adam through Moses, the years add up to exactly 12,600 years. 1,260 days is 3.5 years. Is this significant? No. But here's the problem. Here's the whole problem with that the lifespans, when you start adding them up. The problem is the lifespans of Adam and you get something in the genealogies of Genesis 5 and 11 that creates a problem here, which is honorific transposition. We know about from those genealogies that, like, for example, when they're structured as so and so lived X and became a father of Y and lived Z years. Okay, that's the general format of those genealogies. The problem is that when he becomes a father at X, it's not necessarily the son that's mentioned there. It's usually that this was honorifically transposed. So the most important sibling got credit for being the firstborn, even if he's not the firstborn. He's not chronologically first in birth. Okay? So, you can't just naively add these up. It's impossible to do because of that honorific transposition problem. And we know it's happened in both Genesis 5 and Genesis 11. So you just can't add them up. It's not going to work that way. Yeah, but the problem is, yeah, I understand what you're driving at here. Terra Parmi has said, may have misunderstood me. I'm referring to Adam's 930 years, not the age he had Seth. Yeah, but that's going to be the issue here, though. You just can't naively add the years all together, and it doesn't work that way. It just doesn't work that way. So, I mean, it's a provocative theory, but I don't think there's any credibility to it. And besides, the numbers are all different depending on which version of Genesis 5 and 11 you're using. They're all different. I mean, between the Samaritan Pentateuch, the Masoretic text, and the Septuagint, the numbers are all different. So, you're going to have to do proper text critical work to see which one's probably the correct number to begin with. And once you do that, your whole sort of theory here just kind of goes out the window. So it's very tricky. It's very tricky. And this is why I don't sort of pay a lot of credence to some of this presumed numerology. Because it's just, when you start looking at the issues here, it's the text issues, it sort of kind of falls apart. So it's a nice thought. I mean, it could be that they might have had some idea of this when they did the numbers in the Masoretic text, but it makes me sneeze. So yeah, this is going to be I mean, it's an interesting coincidence, but that's all it is. It's a coincidence. So okay, next one here is from Noah Alban for $2. Thank you very much for super chat. How are genealogies tracked in the Old Testament, ancient Near East? It depends on the tradition to some extent. In the case of, say, Israelites, there's some abbreviations involved. Talbot Slade actually makes a timely comment right here. It's not always refers to a son, but grandson instead, which also is called a son. Yeah. The Israelites used a process, a naming, the way they talked about relations, family relations, follows what's called the Indonesian system. Is it Indonesian? Polynesian system. There's two sort of classes that anthropologists use to have been talking about family relations. One's called the Inuit system, the other's the Polynesian system. The Inuit system, every family relation has its own particular title. So you have brothers and sisters, aunts, cousins, cousinettes. There might be a differentiation between male and female cousins. Might be a different relation between first and second cousins that have their own unique terminology. Okay. English tends to follow closer to the Inuit system than it does to the Polynesian system. In the Polynesian system, a son can be grandson, great-grandson, great-great-great-grandson. They're all called sons. Like, same way, a father is your father. It could be your grandfather, great-grandfather. They're all fathers. Okay? Hebrew follows the Polynesian system. This can make things really, really confusing where we want specificity, because it doesn't provide you with that specificity. So, in the case of, say, Israelites, they're going to track genealogies according to clan, not necessarily individuals, because the clan identity is the most important. So, genealogies tend to be tracked more and abbreviated using this sort of clan identities instead of, say, the identities of specific individuals. So, that tends to be what Israelites tend to do more. Now, in the case of, say, Egyptians, they didn't really have a lot of genealogies. There's a couple of genealogies for priests, but they're pretty rare. Okay? But that's more tracking the job position than it is tracking the descent of the person. In, say, Mesopotamia, you get sort of a mixed bag, where there are some very tight succession kings lists, but then you get on the older side of that, where, say, before the year was defined in Mesopotamia, these exaggerated, like 12,800-year-old reigns of certain kings. So you get that stuff too. So it's going to be kind of different whole across the board. So I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. Okay, Paul for 1999. Thank you for the super chat. Sumerian had Gilgamesh. Greeks had their epics. Did ancient Egyptians have poems or stories that did not involve their gods? No. The Egyptians had stories of individuals. But it did almost always involve gods of some kind. And frankly, the Greeks in their epics did too. So if you ever read the Iliad, there's gods getting involved. Likewise, you get something like the shipwrecked sailor in Egyptian, where it talks about this sailor who sails the Mediterranean and gets shipwrecked on an island, where he meets a god, a big giant snake god. So gods were always involved in most of, say, Egyptian stories and epic tales as such. Yeah, exactly. You know, even something like Sinaway, you know, there's deities involved there. You know, the horse, after the assassination of Senwosret II, and the horse flies to the new king. So generally, most of those tales did involve deities of some kind. It's just that it's woven into that narrative. Okay, hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Sentinel Apologetics for 50 Australian. Thank you very much for the super chat. Now I'm trying to rush here to make sure we answer everything we can here. We got only a few super chats left, so we won't be taking more after any more questions after the last two super chats here. So, well, thank you guys for supporting us tonight. Sentinel Apologetics says, yes, David, the English corrects the linear Elamites. Because Yahweh returns in the 1600s wearing a slashed doublet, wide reticula lace collar and cuffs, with broad-brimmed hat, and declares, "Thou shalt have no other languages before me." Brr. Hey, you know, the King James English corrects the linear Elamite, of course. Well, that was interesting. And funny, too. Okay, well, thank you very much for that very generous super chat. We really appreciate it, and thank you for the support of the channel and your prayers. We really appreciate it at this time. So, thank you so very much. That was good for a laugh. Okay, Tairu Shakuhachi, for 800 yen. Thank you very much for the super chat. Wes Huff said that on Joe Rogan podcast said that we only know 1% about ancient Egypt. Would you agree with that? Yes, I would to some extent. Okay. Think of it this way. When it comes to the history of Egypt, we've got the skeleton. We got the skeleton of history. We don't have any of the flesh. We don't know what happened in the royal courts. We don't have any royal records, at least not for very many. We've got, say, a fragment of a day roll from the reign of Ramses, the transition from the reign of Ramses III to Ramses IV. We've got the Amarna letters that have one side of the diplomatic correspondence from other people writing into Egypt, but not their response writing out. We know very little about what decisions the pharaohs made. So we don't know much about the day-to-day administration of Egypt. We know very little about that. We know the overall sequence of history. That we know. But as I said, that's like having a skeleton with no flesh on it. So, and 90% of Egypt still remains under the sand. Okay, it has not been excavated. So, yeah, Terrapar says here, Manetho's surviving in quotes is such a shame. Yeah, it is kind of. Really wish we didn't lose that library. Well, fortunately, the Turin canon repeats a lot of Manetho. So the Turin canon is actually very close to what we have in Manetho. And it has been able to disambiguate some of Manetho. So we were very, very lucky about that. But the Turin canon doesn't extend beyond, say, the Ramesside period. So, and it's very fragmentary papyrus. So we don't have as much of it as we should. Harry Stark, I'll just take this one quickly. Do we know much about Roman history? We know probably a fair bit about Roman political history because the Romans wrote about it and that survived. So a lot of the stuff such as Tacitus, Seneca, you know, these political writers, these historians that wrote on politics gave us a lot of information about the day-to-day administration of Rome. Okay, so we do tend to know more about, say, the inner workings of Roman government than we do about the inner workings of Egyptian government. So, yeah, hope that helps. Okay, the final question, super chat of the night, is from, I think it's Olaven for 50 NOK. I don't know what that is exactly off the top of my head. And he or she asks, which ages in Abraham's story do you interpret as clans? which as the persons was Isaac his son or another descendant. We're not sure. Okay, we're not sure. It's possible that it could have been two Abrahams. One at basically the son of Terah, followed by Abraham, father of Isaac. We just are not exactly sure where the clan of Abraham, which kind of progenitor he is. And there's more than one kind of progenitor in potentially in a clan. Okay, you can have a progenitor that starts the clan. Okay, he's the famous guy that starts the clan, and then just everyone inherits the name. The firstborn inherits the name Abraham. Okay, now this happened, for example, in the clan of Ephraim, where we saw that happening. But we also, though, it could be that a progenitor could actually be retroactively giving credit for the entire clan. Okay, like for example, an example of this is when Jacob shows up at the court of Pharaoh, and Pharaoh asks, "How old have you lived?" And Jacob says, 131 short, hard years. Wait a minute. Short, hard years? You were living to 131 and those are short, hard years, huh? Ah! But that's the later Jacob. That's and sometimes you get that where a progenitor is at the end of a clan, and then the whole clan is named after that last representative of the clan. That happens too. So it's hard to say exactly where the original progenitor of Abraham fits into the clan sequence. But I think for somebody who lived 250 years, yeah, you're dealing with a clan here. You have to be dealing with a clan. Not just one person who lived 2.5 centuries. So, yeah, you can't always take these things at face value, at least, because what ends up happening is you end up looking at. We have to be always careful and cognizant that we don't start reading the Bible through Western eyes. And it's terrible when you do, because you're going to read all sorts of strange interpretations into it if you start reading the text with Western eyes. And to some extent, it's unavoidable to do this, but it's also, we try to mitigate that, because when a lot of these were put to pen, they weren't reading it that way. They were reading it with their own context and set of unwritten rules. And there's a lot of that. When you're dealing with text like this, you've got the text, the immediate context, and then the unwritten context. And here's the problem: you can always sort of figure out the text and the immediate context. You always figure that out. The problem is the unwritten context. These are the unwritten rules, and we all have them. Okay, there's human civilization is permeated with unwritten rules, unwritten understandings. And this is true of American culture just as much as it is of ancient Israelite culture. Okay? So, like, for example, we tend to read things with a scientific, accounting, or engineering understanding. That's the post-Enlightenment context that we live in today. So we tend to view things through naive scientific naturalism and its associated scientific literalism before we tend to read things with other perspectives. So, Yeah, okay, let's take that. Okay, I'll bring this up here. He says, I just find this confusing because Abraham's story, his age seems relevant to his ability to have a child. Now, keep in mind one thing. Keep in mind one thing. You've got to be cautious of one thing here. Abraham and his wife, basically, knows the family. And when Abraham has said he's going to have a child at age 100, and Sarah laughs and goes, whoever had a child at that age? But Genesis 11 and 12 makes it clear that Abraham's father, Terah, had Abraham when he was 130. Okay? So, did Abraham and Sarah just forget that Terah had Abraham in his 130s? Did they just forget that conveniently? That's a spry old guy. No, you're expected to engage. You're not just expected to. Scriptures don't just flop everything out for you for simple consumption. You're supposed to wrestle with the text. You're expected to wrestle with it. There's going to be things in there you don't understand. Yes, it's going to be confusing sometimes. Okay? It's going to be confusing sometimes because the Bible doesn't give this to you on a silver platter. It's not expecting you to understand everything. It's expecting you to wrestle with the text, engage the text, whether it's a historical detail, whether it's a contextual detail, whether it's a moral detail. There are times when the Bible presents you with a moral dilemma and you have to wrestle with it. This is the difficult part of reading the Bible. And that's why we do this channel, is to try to help you to wrestle with the text. We don't give you everything on a silver platter either. Some things you're just going to have to wrestle with. And the fact that Abraham lived 250 years and is still pumping out children at the end of his life, that's something you have to wrestle with. It was just, it's one of those things you just kind of have to, engage and deal with. And yeah, it's going to be parts of this that's going to be confusing. But the point is, you wrestle with it, you come to a resolution of some kind, and you move through the confusion. So, yeah, and as my producer said, it's quite all right to say at the end of that wrestling, I don't have enough evidence to make a decision. That's perfectly okay. We believe that that's just an important part of the process. So, yeah, you're going to get some confusion when you deal with the story of Abraham, because it's not clear cut. It's not obvious. And as I said, when they're saying, "Oh, no person has ever had a child after age 100." Yeah, your father, like your father? Uh-huh. Yeah. But where an astute reader is going to figure that out, because they're wrestling with the text. Okay. So there's more to these stories than is cracked up in the simple reading. So, okay, so that covers that question. We are calling it a night, because I got to get up very early tomorrow. I want to thank all of you guys for being very supportive, and we thank you for your patience waiting for this week's live stream. I want to thank you for your prayers and your support. I want to thank all our subscribers, our super chatters, who has supported us through the channel. We really appreciate your support. You put food on our table. We also want to thank those who've given to us generously through PayPal. We really, really appreciate the gifts. Again, it does put food on our table, and we do. It helps us to continue engaging the culture and producing more videos like this. We also want to thank our Patreon and our YouTube subscribers, because you also keep you guys pay for the technology that makes this work, and we can't do that without you, so we do appreciate that. Well, we also finally want to thank our regular subscribers who subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, and the subscribe with the bell. Also, you guys who take the URLs from these videos and put them on other social media platforms, you guys get the message out, and we do very much appreciate that too. So with that said, we were wishing you all a great Happy New Year. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.